All right. Hello, everyone. This is going to be the software portion of our Introduction to ArcGIS course. And the first thing that I want to show you is Arc Catalog. So I'm back. Again, my name's Annie Cahill. I'm with Becca Mangan. We're with Datamark. We are teaching you a class about introductory GIS. We just recorded our PowerPoint section of the course, and now we're going to be getting into the software, the hands-on component, which is really, really important for managing your data for NG 911. So the first thing I wanted to talk to you all about is Arc Catalog. Okay, so the Esri software company makes a software called ArcGIS Desktop, which includes Arc Catalog and Arc Map. Okay, those are two critical components for managing your GIS data for next generation 911. Again, if you are not new to GIS and you have moved on to Arc Pro, the NG911 GIS toolkit is not ready to use with Pro. It has only been built and developed for desktop. So if you've transitioned strictly to Pro, you're going to need to obtain a desktop license and be able to work in that to run the data through the toolkit. If you are new to GIS, we're going to teach you about the fundamentals of this software and really how to interact with it and how to navigate. So the first thing you want to do is you want to open Arc Catalog. Now, Arc Catalog is exactly what it sounds like. It's a catalog of your data. And the way that we do that, you can either type in and do a search, or you can navigate to your computer and you're looking for a symbol that's like a yellow filing cabinet with a little globe inside. And you want to open that. And with this software, it does take a moment to open, so just be patient. This is not the fastest software in the world, and it just takes a couple minutes to open. All right, so this is Arc Catalog. Now, essentially what you have is a list of folders on the left. Up here, this is called the catalog tree, and I hope that you can see my obnoxiously large purple mouse pointer. But this is the catalog tree on the left-hand side, and this contains all of the folders that you are connected to, okay? And on the right-hand side, you have basically a contents pane, which is going to show you what's in whatever folder or geodatabase you have selected, okay? So essentially, what you want to do first, what you're going to need to do first, if this is your first time installing, you're going to need to connect to a folder. Okay. And the way that you do that is you go up to this toolbar and you'll see a folder with a little black plus symbol. If you click connect to folder, you're going to want to navigate to the folder where you have GIS data stored. Okay. So for me, I can probably just disconnect. So say I want to connect to my C drive, I'm going to go up to connect to folder. I'm going to click this PC and I'm going to connect. Now, here's the thing about connecting to a folder. You can actually connect to an entire drive or you can drill into individual folders. I have a lot of GIS data saved on my C drive. It's nothing that's important. It's just files that I've worked with and played around with. So I'm going to just connect directly to the drive. And so I have the C connected and I'm going to hit OK. And you'll see that that drive now appears, that connection appears within the catalog tree. So if you click to expand that, you're going to see my list of folders. Now, obviously, your desktop is going to look different depending on what drive you've connected to and what folders you've connected to. Okay, but just be aware that to connect to the folder, you need to go up to the folder that's got the black plus sign on it and click connect to folder. And by the way, within this software, you can actually mouse over and it's going to give you a quick tooltip for each tool. Okay, so when I say expand a folder, what I mean is I want you to click the plus sign that's next to the folder. And each time you see that, that means that's an additional folder that you can expand. Okay. So the data that we're going to be working with might look familiar to some of you who have been in the toolkits class, but basically We are going to be working with the geodatabase today called OK_standardsdata_initial.gdb. All right. So go ahead and click each folder to expand until you see that geodatabase. The symbol for a geodatabase is a gray cylinder or canister. Remember in the first part of our class in the PowerPoint, we talked about how a geodatabase is essentially a container that holds feature data sets, feature classes. It holds a lot of data, and it also enables you to work with the data at a high level of functionality. Okay, so that's really what a geodatabase does. There's a lot more to it than that, but the geodatabase is the preferred storage format for your GIS data. Now, I do want to point out that I always want you all to manage your GIS data, importing, exporting, copying, pasting, creating new. I always want you to do that through ArcCatalog, and I'm going to show you why. A lot of you may be familiar with shapefiles. Shapefiles are that legacy data format. I'm going to expand this folder here and show you this wetlands shapefile. We know it's a shapefile because it has a .shp extension. Just like we know that this is a GDB, not only because of the gray cylinder, but because it has a .gdb extension. Okay, so the extensions and the icon that represents the data will tell us what kind of data it is. But shapefiles are always represented with a green um, symbol that's either a point line or a polygon. Okay, so in ArcCatalog, this looks like one file, wetland.shp. However, if I pull over my Windows Explorer, you can see that there are numerous files that make up this wetland file. Okay, there are actually 7 files. If it didn't have a projection, it would be one less. Okay, but this is a shape file. It's actually multiple files. Okay, now let's take a look at our course data set that we're working with, our geodatabase. So if I go into this folder, and this is the OK Standards Data Initial GDB. Now, you saw what that looked like, right? This is what it looks like in Catalog. Let me go over here and explore this in Windows Explorer. This is definitely not something that's workable. Okay, and if you mess with anything in here, you could really mess up your geodatabase. So always manage your GIS data using ArcCatalog. Okay, almost asked if there were any questions, but we don't have any students, so I'm just going to push forward. Okay, so navigate to this folder that's got your data. And I want you to actually expand the feature class that says NG911. And you can see, or feature data set rather, and you can see all of the feature classes that are within that feature data set. When you see this little 3 gray squares, that tells you that you've got multiple feature classes that are within that data set. Okay? So we have several here. I'm going to explore the data. So I'm going to click the address point, and when I pop over to the contents pane, it tells me that it's an address point. It is a file geodatabase feature class, and it shows me basically the icon for that data set. So it's telling me that it's an actual point. So look at how the feature classes are represented here. You've got the points icon for the address point, you've got a polygon for each of the boundary layers, and then you have this little line feature icon for the road center lines. Okay, so I'm going to show you now the preview tab. The preview tab is really valuable for just kind of quickly looking at the data to see what's in it. So when I click the preview tab for the address points, I have a number of address points that are available within my geography preview. And I know that it's the geography preview, number one, because I can see the actual address points here, but because it says preview geography. So now I'm going to click that drop down and select table. And what this is going to show me is the information that's associated with each and every single address point. Okay. This row is an address point. This row is an address point. This row is an address point. So if I look down at the bottom, I can see that I have 2,754 address points available. So this is a really good way to lightly interact with the data so that you can see the tabular or the attribute table view, or you can actually look at this from the geography view. So if I click the description tab, this is actually for what we would call metadata. Now, metadata is data about the data. It's data that tells us what is going on with the data, what is the origins of the data, what, any specifics about the creation and how that data came to be, who's responsible for it. That stuff has to be built. Okay, you have to actually physically build out metadata because it's very important for the ongoing management of your GIS data, especially when you're sharing it. So these tabs here, the contents, the preview, and the description, again, light interaction between data layers. Okay. So again, the preview tab, super helpful for looking at geography or the actual attribute table. And if I scroll over, I have access to a lot of data through this table, the entire attribute table. I can actually click on a field and I can sort it ascending or descending. It really just depends on, what I want to do. I'm not doing any real editing in here. I'm not, you know, really interacting with the data on a heavy basis or doing any type of heavy analysis. This is just very light interaction. Okay. So now I'm going to show you how to create a geodatabase. And by the way, everything that I'm showing you is going to be associated with an exercise that's going to be available to you on the website. So this is an exercise that we designed to just show you some very basic functionality in the software. And so you'll have access to that for download. It's a PDF. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to create a new geodatabase. Okay, and a new geodatabase is something that you will need to learn how to create, as you're going forward managing data in NG911. If you're using the GIS toolkit, which hopefully you will be, there is a tool within the toolkit to automate this process for you, but I do want to show you how to do this from scratch, okay? So I want you to right click on the Oklahoma course data sets folder and go ahead and click new file geodatabase. Now, you can see that a geodatabase appears here. It says new file geodatabase.gdb, but there's nothing in it, right? Like there's nothing. If I click the geodatabase, I don't see anything in the contents pane, but like if I click the standards data initial, I can see that there's some stuff in there. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to give this a new name. I want to right click and I'm going to click rename. And I'm going to call this Intro GIS. And I can just click enter. Now, notice I didn't type in the .gdb extension. I didn't have to. It was already there. It already adds that in. So you can just type the name of your geodatabase and just go ahead and create it from scratch. It's still empty. All you did was rename it. But that's that. I mean, that's as simple as that, how you create a new geodatabase. Super simple. Okay? Now, I want to show you how to import and export data in and out of the geodatabase. Okay. This is kind of like the long way. Becca is gonna really show you another way, or actually I think that'll be me. But anyway, you can copy paste data into a geodatabase, but just say for whatever reason, you want to do an import and an export. That's what I'm going to show you today. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to right click on my intro to GIS and I'm going to click import feature class. Now, if I had multiple feature classes, I could choose multiple. If I wanted to bring multiple into this geodatabase, I could select that, and then I would have the option to select more than one. But I'm only going to select one. So I'm going to click single. Just going to take a moment. All right. And I'm going to drag this back over because I'm working on multiple monitors. All right. So what this is doing is it's bringing up a tool that's going to enable us to move a feature class into that geodatabase. Okay. So for my input features, input is what I want to bring into the geodatabase. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click this folder, which is going to bring up this little window here. And for my data, I'm going to go into the geodatabase for standards data initial. I'm going to go into NG911. I'm going to choose the road center line because I want to bring my road center lines into my new geodatabase. And I'm going to click add. Okay. Now, you'll see here that some field mapping becomes available to me. I'm not going to worry about that right now. See how it says optional? I'm not going to worry about that. I'm also not going to worry about the expression because I don't need to develop any specific expressions here. This is a very quick and basic import of our road center lines into a brand new geodatabase. Okay. So my
Hey,
output,
Annie,
yes.
do you mind if I give a quick tip on this section though, real quick?
Yeah, please.
So underneath the field map, this has the list of all the fields from the input feature class that you are importing into this new geodatabase. I know that sometimes we would like to have an ability to permanently reorder fields. This is a way that I have found to be able to do that. So what you would do, and not saying you have to do this for this specific exercise, Annie, but I just want to bring to everyone's attention that if I were to highlight, just click on one of those fields and use the arrows on the right, the up and down, that's my way of permanently reordering the fields and how they will appear in my
Hmm,
attribute table. So I just wanted to point that out. Once this actual feature class to feature class tool gets executed, those are going to be permanently reordered in your attribute table. Just
that's
something I wanted to throw out there.
that is actually something new that I didn't even know. So the cool thing about one of the things that I'll note here, and I know Becca will agree, is that
Mhm.
within Arc Catalog, within ArcGIS Desktop or ArcMap, there are many, many ways of doing something. So, you can do lots of different things in lots of different ways. And so
Mhm.
this was new to me. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of that, what Annie is showing right now is a very, it's kinda like the safest, most, true way of doing this process, and there's always gonna be another alternative, either another tool or just another format of how to create a feature class or, do a specific process. So there are hundreds of ways to do something in GIS, which is kind of fun, the fun part of it, and why I always advocate for having the GIS
Hmm.
professionals talk to each other because the way Annie does something, it might be different than the way I do it, but she might have a shortcut that I wasn't even aware of, right? So it's always good to collaborate.
Yes. All right. So for our output feature class, I want what the output feature class is saying is it's saying, hey, what do you want to call this? If you look over here to the right, and by the way, if you don't see this pane, if it looks just like this, you can actually pop out show help and it's going to tell you kind of like what is the purpose of that particular thing. Okay. So here it's saying the name of the output feature class. What do you want to call this? You don't have to keep it the same name if you don't want to when you're moving stuff in and out. Okay. So the output feature class name, I'm going to call this streets. So in the input, it's actually called road underscore centerline, but my output, I'm just going to call it streets. It's the exact same file. I'm just changing the name. I just want you guys to see how this is a little bit different. So I'm going to click OK.
You know what? I just realized, Danny, the good thing of you being in your home office doing this is that you have access to your other screens, so you're not gonna
Mhm.
have an orphan window that you can't access in in
Oh my
Oklahoma.
gosh. Exactly. All right. So my process has completed and you could not see it on this screen, but sometimes when you're running tools in Art Catalog, you will get a little window that pops up with a green check mark or a red X to indicate whether or not something has executed successfully. Okay. So you didn't see that because it did pop up on my other screen, but I'm going to expand. This is the geodatabase that we just created. I'm going to expand that. And there is our feature class called streets. Okay. Now, I could also just copy and paste, and we're going to talk about this here in a little while, but these are the domains that are associated. Remember, we talked about domains in the first part of our class, where we discussed that domains are a way of standardizing the data so that everything stays parsed in the appropriate fields, and the only allowable values are whatever is indicated in the domain. And so I can actually keep the domains with my feature class by copying and pasting. I do not keep the domains when I do the import into a geodatabase. Okay. So what I could do is I could just click copy, paste, click OK, and then it would transfer. And now I have those address points. So again, there are different ways of doing things. You just have to figure out something that works the best for you. If you wanted the domains, I obviously would recommend that you do a copy paste, but you can also do the import as well. And sometimes if I have data that's kind of finicky, I will do the import as opposed to the copy paste, because sometimes stuff hiccups and you don't really know why. Sometimes you just have to close out your your GIS software altogether and then it works. So it's just, I don't know. Sometimes there's not really any like particular magic. It's just kind of like you just have to try different things, you know? Okay. So now I am going to show you how to create a new feature class. Okay. Sometimes you'll need to create a new feature class. And one of the things that it's one of the easier things to do. So you can right click on your new geodatabase, scroll down to new, and click feature data or feature class. And now we're going to give this a name. I'm going to call this fire hydrants. Okay. I don't need to give it an alias, but I do want to draw your attention to the type, because if I click the drop down, I have I have different options available to me. Now, we talked about in the first part of the class points, lines, and polygons, and what features are appropriate for each of those feature types. Okay, so for example, points would be things like address points, lines would be things like roads or streams, polygons would be things like service boundaries or parks or parcel boundaries, etc. So for fire hydrants, what do you guys think would be the most appropriate? Remember, it represents discrete features, so I'm going to choose point features. Okay, because I want to be very precise with my location of my fire hydrant. So I'm going to choose point. and I'm going to click next. Now, this is something where we also discussed this previously about coordinate systems. Whenever you create a new feature class, depending on how your geodatabase was set up, you may have to determine the coordinate system. Okay. Now, the coordinate system for Next Generation 911 is WGS 84. Okay. That is WGS 84. In my software, it's already selected, but if you cannot find it, you'll want to go into geographic, scroll down, and open the folder for world and select WGS 84 and then click next. We leave the XY tolerance by default. I don't mess with that. I'm going to click next. I'm also going to leave this at the default and click next. Now, remember we talked about the attributes of the GIS data. The attributes of the data are basically descriptors about each thing. Okay, so in the case of a fire hydrant, you may have different data that's associated with a hydrant. And right now, by default, the software automatically adds in the object ID and the shape. Those are the only two fields that are populated currently. Okay, and those are automated. That's not something that I did. It's not something that you're going to do. It's just there in the data. Okay, but say for example, you know that you want to add more fields to this. You're going to need to include more information in your fire hydrants. Okay. So what you're going to do is come in here and right underneath of where you see that word shape, you can actually start entering in data. So I'm going to type in color, and for my data type. Now, remember we talked about this in our class, our first class. So there are different data types. The most common that you're going to be working with are going to be text, also known as string or alphanumeric. You can have a long or short integer, and the date time, I think, is another one that can be really common. Okay, those are the most common ones. So for color, this is going to be a text field. And with a text field, you can pretty much drop anything in there. You can put numbers, um, letters, you could put symbols in there, but remember to go back to the model. Remember we talked about the data model and what is required of that data type as far as the field is concerned. Okay, so for example, the address number has to be an integer field. So, you can't make that a text. Just because you have a 101B address, you're going to have to parse that into individual fields because that field is not going to be able to accommodate that alpha character. All right. So my next field name is going to be material, and that's going to be a text. And I can come down here also and adjust the length. I can change that field length if I want to. If I think I'm going to have a value that is greater than 50 characters, I can extend that if I want to. Again, this is stuff that's actually done on the back end for you when you use the toolkit. So you're not going to have to go through this extensive effort. This is something that is going to be set up when you actually run the Create Geodatabase tool. It's going to set up the geodatabase with the coordinate system. So the coordinate system is going to be applied to the geodatabase, not the feature class. And it's also going to go ahead and build this schema behind the scenes with the domains associated with it. Okay. So my material is text. The owner is also text. Gallons. I'm going to change that to a long integer. Latitude is going to be a double. A double is a decimal value. and a longitude field. Hope I spelled that right. Longitude, yeah. Okay. All right. So this is a quick way, one of many ways actually, that you can add fields to your feature classes. This is the best way when you're creating a brand new feature class to add fields. Okay? So I'm going to click finish, and then you'll see what that looks like. So here are my fire hydrants. This is a very fast process. You don't actually have to wait for the window to pop up. You don't always get the window. Okay? Um, Fire hydrants appears in my intro GIS. I'm going to click the preview button. And right now, my geography pane is blank. Why is that? Because it's brand new and I haven't created any data. But if I click the table, I can see these two? These were the two that were there when I first created the shape or the feature class. But now all of my other fields are here. Now there's no data in here yet. There isn't. But as I start to add points into this feature class, you're going to see rows appear where I've added in individual fire hydrants. And then the expectation would be that I'm populating this data. Okay, so that's how you create a brand new feature class. All right, so some other things that I wanted to show you in here. First of all, you do have access to some geoprocessing. I don't ever really do geoprocessing in Art Catalog. I just haven't, but if you click geoprocessing, there are some tools here that you can work with. Um, you can also customize, you can add in different, you can turn on different toolbars here. So like I can turn off that metadata toolbar, for example, and I can go back in and I can turn it on again. So again, this is not for heavy analysis, interacting with data to a great extent. This is really for light interaction. So let me click on streets and go to my preview tab. I have some navigation options available here. I can zoom in. So what you would do is click the magnifying glass, click, hold down, and draw a box. You can also just do a single click to zoom in and out. Okay. I have a back button to go back to my previous extent. I have a pan button that allows me to just click and grab the screen and explore the area. I also have an identify button, so I can click any piece of data in here to just get some quick information, okay? Again, we're not doing any type of analysis in here or manipulating any attributes, changing attributes. We can set up data in here, we can create data in here as far as the feature class or the geodatabase, but any heavy type editing, we want to make sure that we're doing in Arc Catalog or Arc Map. Excuse me. So this is the, by the way, the identify window shows you basically what's in the attribute table just in a vertical format. So if I go back to the attribute table, these are all my fields, right? But if I go back to my preview and I do an identify, this is my attribute table just in a different way. Sometimes this is easier for me, like when I'm working with data, just trying to get quick info. I prefer this. Um, but you may want to look at the attribute table as well. I mean, it's really whatever you prefer. This you can just see both things simultaneously. So you have the map up here and then you also have the attributes. But you can't sort or anything. This is just for really just a quick view. There is a really great help resource out here. This software is like 20 years old. This is a very old software, and there's a ton of information about it. So, by the way, if you want to see what version you're running, you can go to About Art Catalog and it's going to tell you the license version. I'm on 10.7.1 and my license type. So, I want to say that to run the toolkit, you have to have at least a, is it standard, Becca?
Yes, at least standard.
Yes. So if you have basic, basic will not work for running the toolkit. You need to at least have a standard license or above. Okay. So that's how, and I'll show you that again. You go up to help, about art catalog, and then you can see the desktop version and the fact that it's an advanced license. Okay. And you'll actually see the same thing in ArcMap as well. So I'm going to close that. So again, the help is really great. You can go to the web help and that opened on another screen. I'll pull that over and I'll drag this over, and that immediately opens up this page where you can search about the different types of functionality that are available. There are a ton of free resources, guys. If you go out to YouTube, to Reddit, I mean, like I said, this is a very old software, so there's a ton of information out there about different types of functionality. Similarly, you can use the ArcGIS desktop help, and that's going to pop open this window here where you can just do a very basic search on things to help you figure out how to do something. Okay. So if you get stuck, just open up one of these help menus and you will easily find your answer. You can even just pop it into Google, and that's going to be helpful for you too. All right. The windows, so say for example, you accidentally close out your catalog tree and you're like, "Oh my gosh, I can't get to my folders anymore." Don't worry, go up to Windows and just click catalog tree and it'll turn back on. And by the way, if you need to, you can like scooch this over or bring it out. There's lots of different ways to work with this. We already looked at the customized toolbar. I told you there are some geoprocessing options in here. I don't really recommend that in here. I don't know. I think it really just depends on what you're trying to do. So I won't tell you a hard no on that, but just be careful with what you're doing and be aware of what you're doing when you're using some of these tools. And I think that pretty much covers Art Catalog. Did you have anything else you wanted to add in here, Becca, about catalog?
Yeah, I have 3 items, kind of
Okay.
because, like I said, there's multiple ways of doing things. I have 3 things I want to talk about. So the first one, um, you showed when you were creating a new feature class how to navigate to identify a projection.
Mhm.
I want to show how you can save an existing projection to your favorites. That way, it's always going to be docked at the top and available to you, and you are confident you know which one you're selecting. So, if you go to any existing feature class, so let's just say your address points within your NG911 or that one too, and you navigate to properties and you go to the XY coordinate tab at the top, it's going to have in that window, like you said, this one tells us this is in WGS 1984. If you right click that defined projection in that window and you go to add to favorites, it's going to show up at the very top where now you have that to select from anytime you go to create a new feature class and you want to make sure you are assigning the proper projection from your local, like you had said, you maintain in state plane. Let's say I want to save that to my favorites because I know I'm going to be using that often. Or if you're reprojecting an existing layer to define a new projection. But that's just a sure way of knowing you're choosing the appropriate projection depending on what you're doing. So that's one item I wanted to show. And then I want to jump back to the domain conversation. So if you go back into the properties of any layer that has a domain applied. So maybe one of the NG911. I want to just show them where you can access where your domains actually live, if you will. So, well, are applied, sorry, to the field. So if you go to the fields tab, and if you go to, let's say, state, let's just like select the state record here. Down in the bottom, it says field properties. There's this box down here. You can see in the domain row that it has a domain applied. So right now we have a domain, which is that pick list of values that's named, in this case, state. So that state domain will contain all the, 2-character abbreviations for the states within the United States. And I know that when I actually start editing my data, that field in my attribute table has a domain applied. So if you're ever wondering how to kind of reassign or determine, what domain is applied to certain fields, this is how you can identify that. All right.
Perfect.
And I will say another thing is at the domains are stored at the geodatabase level. So what I mean by that is, Annie, if you were to right click the actual geodatabase properties, there's a domains tab right here. This is where if you were to have to create a new domain, you would name it, you would give a description, because domains can be transferred between, like Annie showed, layers. You can send domains to people. So you want to have a domain name, which is the actual name, like state, the one we just saw, a description, and then at the very last box down there, you can, underneath the coded values, this is where you would actually create the values that exist in that domain. So there's a coded value, which is going to be the true value of what you want that record to say, what the attribute should say. So for example, if we need a state field in our data and we know the state is called Oklahoma, but we want the actual value of the attribute to be okay because it's a 2-character abbreviation, the coded value would be okay. And then you can choose to have the description actually spell out Oklahoma. So I want to be very clear that the coded value is the true value that's being, um, populated in the field itself. And then the description is just another alternative of how you can kind of describe what that value represents in that list. Okay. So I wanted to show that where the domains are located in the geodatabase. And then the last thing I'll say, when we look at the structure here that Annie has on in the catalog tree of the geodatabase, and then she has the featured data set, which is named NG911. It's like a bunch of rectangles stacked. And then you have the feature classes within that featured data set. So I like to think of the structure of a geodatabase as like, Annie's gonna laugh at me, but like the nesting dolls, where you have the big one, and then inside the big one there's a smaller one, and then inside the smaller one there's more smaller ones. So feature classes are, like we discussed, they are containers of like feature types. So we talked about vector features, which are or vector data types, which is points, lines, and polygons. So if you look at the feature class symbols, even on the sides, you can see there's a difference in the what they're describing. So an address point, you can see it's a rectangle with 3 little dots in it. A polygon layer is going to be that weird, I don't even know how to describe that. You can see there's different boundaries in there. And then if it's a line feature class, it's going to look like the one with the road center line. So that's just another way of identifying the type that feature class of the data that it contains. Okay. Um, I think that was all I wanted to reiterate, but as far as catalog goes, you covered all the bases. ArcMap has a lot more functionality when it comes to obviously editing and manipulating data. So I think we're good to proceed.
Okay, great. Well, I will tell you that you can open ArcMap kind of two different ways. Okay, so you could go into your start and expand your ArcGIS folder and then click ArcMap. Or if you look up here, you have a button to launch ArcMap directly from Arc Catalog. So I'm just going to click that. And this takes a few moments. And my ArcMap opened in a different screen, so I'm going to pull it over. Okay. Now, your ArcMap may look slightly different. If you're opening it for the first time, you might have another window that pops open and you can just close that, okay? But this is ArcMap. It might not look like much, but this is where all of the magic happens when you're working with GIS data, okay? When you're doing your analysis, when you're editing your data, you're putting in new address points, you're digitizing new road center lines, you're adjusting ranges of your road center lines, all of that happens in here, okay? Catalog is a maintenance is a data management software for managing that structure of how that data looks within the folders. ArcMap is where you're actually doing your editing, analysis, mapping, visualization, querying, etc. Okay? So I want to bring your attention. There's two main windows here. Okay, when you open your ArcMap. The first is the table of contents. Okay, whenever you add data in, it's going to populate or it's going to be shown here in this window frame. The other window is called, let me get the official name, the data view. I call it the map view, but I know that's not right. So this is the data view. This is where when you add in your address points, you're going to see a bunch of points over here. Okay, it's going to look kind of similar to Arc Catalog where you've got some stuff on the left and some stuff on the right, but these are the basic windows, okay? Now, if you look up at your toolbars here, you're going to have some very basic tools available to you, okay? There are a ton of toolbars that you can turn on. And again, you'll see when I start mousing over stuff, um, there are tips that come up, okay? So you're always going to have this, I don't know what this is called. There's one that's called like the tools tool
I think that's
and
the standard toolbar.
standard
Yeah.
toolbar. Yeah. And then there's like navigational tools. If you right click up here in the gray space, these are all toolbars that are possible. And I'm not going to say available to you because depending on your license level, you may not have access. You could turn them on, but you may not have the functionality to use them. Okay. Um, or your toolbar might look a lot smaller than mine. Just depending on the license level that you have. So I'm going to turn off editor, I'm going to turn off effects. And I'm going to turn off that topology toolbar. So hopefully it looks very basic like this. You can right click in the gray space and I'm going to turn on my editing toolbar and that docks it right up here, but I can actually move it into my data frame if I want to. I hate that, so I'm going to move it back. I don't know. It's a thing for me. I got to if you double click it, it'll just
I
pop it right in. Huh?
I don't like things floating on my.
No.
Yep.
No. I hate that. Okay, I'm also going to right click and turn on my advanced editing. This is just so you guys can get familiar with turning these on and off. This is not, you don't have to keep these on. These are just some examples of how to put these into your map. And you see here you have all this gray space. There's a lot of potential for, turning on a lot of different toolbars. All right. So before we go any further, I want to show you guys how to add data, okay? Now, adding data is really simple. All you're going to do is go up to the black T or cross shape and click add data. I could have also said the add button. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is navigate to where I've got some GIS data. Now for me, that location is already selected. But again, if you guys need to, you can connect to a folder the same way that you did in catalog. So you can expand your computer, you can connect to your C drive, click OK, wherever you've got data, you can you can go ahead and connect to that. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into my main standards data initial geodatabase, and I'm going to go into my NG911 feature data set, and I'm going to add in the PSAT boundary, the road center lines, and the address points. Now, you can click and add one at a time. Okay, I'll show you that again. You can click and add one at a time, or if you wanted to add all of them, I just click and hold my mouse down and select all of them, and I click add. I can add them all. Or just to choose specific ones to add, I can hold down the control key while I click each one individually. So the PSAT boundary, I'm going to hold down my control key, my road center line, and my address point. So I've got 3 selected, and I'm going to click add. So you can see when I add that data in, they now list in the table of contents. Okay. I will say that, the colors that are chosen and the symbology is very arbitrary. There's no rhyme or reason as to why things come in Pepto pink or, neon green or purple. Like you're gonna experience that when you start adding in data. But the good news is that it's fully customizable. And we're gonna show you how to do the symbology a little while later. Okay. So here are my feature classes that appear within the table of contents. Now, by the way, just say, for example, I close this. Oh my gosh, where did that go? If I go up to Windows and turn on table of contents, it appears again. Okay, so just like your catalog tree, you can easily go up to Windows and turn that on again. That's super simple. That's something that used to drive me nuts when I first started in GIS and I was like really click happy, and I I don't know, I would just get too worked up or busy, and I would turn off stuff, and then I would get really freaked out and I wouldn't know how to turn it back on. But that's how you do it. All right? So if you look here in the table of contents, there is a row of buttons. Okay, so the first one is list by drawing order. Notice that when you add data in, notice what we've got here. The symbol is indicative, or the icon is indicative of what it is. I mean, obviously, PSAT boundary, it's a polygon. So it's a polygon, it's a square right here. A road center line has been brought in with a line, and an address point is a point. It's never going to bring those in with anything other than those 3 symbols, okay, automatically. So by drawing order, it will bring in the boundary data first at the bottom. When I say first, I mean starting at the bottom. So boundary data or polygon data, followed by line data, then point data is going to be on the top. If you had aerial imagery, it would go at the very bottom. Okay, so for example, if I see, this is our add data button, but right next to that is that tiny little parrot button, very narrow button. If I click that, I can click add base map. And if I choose imagery, that's going to add some imagery into my map. And it just takes a moment. The bigger the area, I mean, it just takes a while to regenerate all of those. So I'm not going to leave this on, but you notice that when I added in that base map, it put it right at the very bottom. And by the way, if you added the wrong data, if you want to remove something, you can simply right click and click remove. And it just takes a moment. and then it's gone. I can also select all of these. I can right click and remove those. I can also group these by type. So say for example, I've got um, maybe I'm working in a regional data set and I've got 3 different counties. I can I can group them by the county. So I can right click and say group, and it's going to create a group layer, and I can rename that to, county A. So, this is a really good way to organize your data. I have seen tables of contents that get very unruly, and this is a great way to group and organize your data because these map projects can get very unruly very quickly.
I 100% agree with that. I do groupings all the time, and then I'm able to keep my table of contents organized, and I can toggle on and off groupings of data, and I know I'm working with the right data as whatever I'm viewing because the whole group is turned off, you know? Great, great best practice for data management here in your map.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so that's how data is brought in and automatically organized. If you want to move layers up and down, you can simply click and drag. And, now I have my PSAT boundary on top. Now, you might get upset because you're like, oh my gosh, where did my roads go? My roads are gone. No, your roads are not gone. Okay, they're right here and they're turned on. That's why you have a checkbox. Okay. You need to pay attention when this happens and look to see what changed. Did you pull up a polygon layer over top? If so, you just click it and drag it down. Okay? So that's how you move data up and down within the table of contents. Okay.
And I'll say, kind of playing off of that too, Annie, there's a reason we talk about, well, there's a hierarchy when it comes to symbolizing in a map, right? Like you said earlier, I wish we could teach a cartography class because
Oh yeah.
it's just so interesting and it tells a story. But when you pull in data, naturally they're going to organize as points, lines, and polygons because point features are going to always be displayed on top, and then roads are going to be drawn underneath, and then at the very bottom are going to be polygons. Think of that same logic as you're editing, right? So, um, if you, like you said, if there's a polygon on top, everything underneath is going to be hidden because a polygon takes up a lot of surface area and those smaller features are going to be hidden. So, that's why, think about the way you're organizing your table of contents in that hierarchical format.
Absolutely. Yeah, the cartography part is so much fun. I hope that we can maybe get to that one day. We'll see. All right, so there are some other buttons here in the table of contents. List by source is one that will actually show you where the data is coming from. And here it's pretty simple because we have everything stored within one geodatabase, okay? But you may pull data from different servers, from different sources. You could pull state data. I mean, there are lots of potentials um for data storage, okay, depending on how you're accessing it. And so this button is a quick way for you to identify where that data is stored, okay? So this button here is list by visibility. This is basically showing you the feature classes that are visible within the map, okay? I can make this non-selectable. If I come over here and turn one off and I click this, it's not visible. See, I've turned the PSAT boundary off. It shows as grayed out in the not visible. I can also come in here and make it non-selectable, which is kind of funny because if I come over here, I can also make it not selectable over here too. So you can see they've got two buttons side by side that have, the functionality is different, but they do include some of the same functionality. So this is to list it by the visibility. If I have anything that's not visible, it'll be listed down below like I just showed you. But if I click the list by selection, what this is going to do is show me everything that is selectable and how much of that is selectable. So let me select some data in here. So you see here that when I perform that very quick selection, my PSAT boundary is selected. I've only got the one. I have 448 road center line features selected, and I have 2,141 address points selected. Okay. Now I can deselect from here. So if I don't want my addresses selected, I can just click this button and now it deselects my addresses. Admittedly, I do not really use these buttons a lot. I'm really only using it for the drawing order, but there is some functionality in here that can be helpful for you guys. And I wanted you to know that it exists. Okay, so we've covered that. I've shown you how to add in that base map imagery. Now I want to show you guys how to navigate within this data frame, okay? So up here you have a number of navigation tools. You saw a couple of these already over in Art Catalog, but I did want to show you how to zoom in and how to use these particular pieces of functionality. So I'm going to click zoom in, and this button works two different ways. I can either do a single click and it'll kind of like just zoom in wherever I click my mouse, or I can click, hold down, and draw a box around a specific area, and I'm now zoomed into a specific area. Okay. If I liked my zoom level that I was at before, I can go to this blue back button that says go back to previous extent, and now I'm back at my previous extent. If I want to if I want to see the entire extent of my data, then I can click the globe that says full extent, and it's going to take me to the full extent. Be very careful if you have a base map turned on, because those base maps are at a worldwide level. And if you add the base map in and then you click that button, you're going to be sitting there for a while waiting for the map extent to zoom out to the entire world. Okay, so just be mindful about
Yeah.
that.
It'll be the, viewpoint as if you're sitting on the moon looking at
That's
the Earth.
exactly. It's gonna be annoying. And the same with the zoom out button. So you could click that and do a fixed, or you can just draw a box and zoom out. Um, Zoom in a little bit more. The pan tool will take you, around the map. It's a click and drag. It turns into that little hand. You can click it, drag it, and get to a different location in your map very easily. You have these fixed zoom in and zoom out tools that will just fix fixate on the map view or the data view, and it'll just zoom right in. Okay. Now I can select features. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit and I'm going to show you guys the select button. There is a button called select features. If you just click the button as it is, you're going to get a point, or a pointer, I should say, a white pointer. And if I do a single click, I can select whatever my pointer touches. Now, I want you to notice that it says number of features selected 2. And I'm like, 2? I only see 1. Well, if I go over to my select list by selection, my PSAT boundary is also selected because it's underneath of my road center lines. So be very careful about that. Okay? Because you don't want to do some editing and then like accidentally, mess up your polygon. So you can actually prevent that from being selected. If I click that button, then watch what happens. I can click my road center line and now my PSAT boundary is not selected because I've prevented that. I clicked that button to prevent that from being selected. I can also make it selectable again. Okay. So that's how you do, and I can draw a box and select multiple features, and you see that here. Okay. And again, this is not something I really use, but I think it is valuable to kind of see what's going on when you're getting to know the software and what's actually being done. So it says here at the bottom, number of features selected 38. So, I mean, I've just basically drawn a box and selected a bunch. So I'm going to come up here to this white button that says clear selected features, and that's going to deselect everything. Now, there are other ways to do selections. So if I click that little caret button, I have different ways of selecting. And I think, Becca really likes the lasso. So that's basically you just click and hold and it lets you draw around a specific area. So I was able to select these 4 address points, and it also selected the PSAT boundary because I still have that selectable. So you can be really precise with your selection with any of these other options. If I want to select by circle, I just click and hold and it draws a circle. If I want to select by line, I can just draw a line. Oops. And then it's going to select everything that my line crossed. So give those a try, see what you like, and see what works for you. Okay. The Another really important tool that you're going to work with, and you kind of saw this in Art Catalog, is the identify button. The identify button is a way to just get information quickly about a feature. So I'm going to click identify on that address point, and this brings up all of the attributes for that address point. Okay. So I can look up, and this is basically almost like a snapshot from that attribute table. It's only showing me one because I only identified one feature. Now, just like with the select, I mean, I can also identify multiple. So I can click and hold down and draw a box, and I've identified all of those features. And I know that because it says address point. Now, it did not notice how when I drew that box, it only identified the address points. That's because it's identifying from the topmost layer. What's the topmost layer over here? My address points. So it's only identifying those address points because they're the ones that are on top. Okay? But that's how you do an identify. All right. The next thing I'm going to show you is the measuring tool. The measuring tool is this little, looks like a ruler with 2 arrows. I'm going to click on that. The measuring tool helps you measure distances, obviously, and you can select the units of measurement. Okay. I'm going to click this drop down. Whoops. And I can measure distance or area. Okay. So that was this little button next to the, what was it, epsilon back?
Yes.
And by default, I'm set to feet. Okay. Um, just be mindful when you're zoomed into an area like this, don't pick like miles. I mean, that would just be silly. Feet, you have to pick the unit of measurement that makes the most sense. So maybe I'm going to um when I choose the measuring, my cursor actually turns into that little L-shaped ruler and the crosshair. So I can let me zoom in a little bit more. So when I zoom in and I click my measure button, my cursor, when I get close to a line or to a vertex, it's going to automatically try to grab that. And you're not going to be able to inherently see that, I don't think, from the recording. But when you go back to your environment and you try this, you're going to see it. It's going to kind of like grab on, and you'll see that it grabs on because it tells you basically what it's grabbing onto. So if I want to see how far this address is, see how I'm mousing over it and it says address point. And then if I mouse over this one, it says road center line. So if I mouse over it and I click, then I draw a line, look at what's going on in that measuring tool. It's actually changing. So from my address point to this road is about 148 feet. From my address point to this road is about 92 feet. Okay. So that's how you would measure using the measuring tool. Am I missing anything there, Becca, or was there anything else we wanted to add about that?
No, I think this is a pretty straightforward one.
Okay. Yeah, so this is again very valuable for just quick measurement for whatever it is you would need to measure. And again, you can change those units of measurement for distance and for area. Okay. The next is going to be, let me query something that I can actually put in. Uh, 570. Is there like a, let me open this up real quick. Oh, okay. That was in the class exercise. All right. So the next thing that's going to be really valuable for you guys is the find tool. Okay. And the find is a pair of binoculars, black binoculars. You click find. Now, when I used find, I actually used this quite a bit to assign addresses because I would get in plats, lots of plats daily. And I would actually search by the parcel ID number. And so with find, what this allows you to do is find something, you could type in a word, okay, but then it actually allows you to kind of drill down into a specific layer, into a specific field, which I highly recommend if you have huge data sets or you have big map projects like this one, or not like this one, but if you have big map projects that have got like tons and tons of data in it, this is actually really small, so a search is going to be pretty fast. But the more data you have in the map, the bigger your data sets are, that's going to add significant time because if you just type in a value, what it's going to do is it's going to search invisible layers. So everything that's turned on, it's going to search through. So it's going to pull every time it sees that attribute of, like, for example, if you have Main Street, it's going to pull every occurrence of Main that you've got in every single data layer. Okay. So what I'm going to do is actually type in Ruby, and I'm going to look in. I want to be very specific here. So I'm going to look in Ruby, look for Ruby within the road center line. Okay. Now, if I wanted to be super duper specific, I could actually narrow it down to the field within that particular road center line data set. So if I wanted to, I could select infield and then scroll down to, let's see here, into the street. So let me click find, and it was instant, right? But again, this is a very, very small data set. So say I look through all fields and I click find. So what this did is it searched every single field within the road center lines, and it pulled out anything that matched Ruby. So whether it was East Ruby, whether it had a suffix on it, it doesn't matter, but it's telling you what that field actually is. So it found it in 4 different fields, right? So another cool thing I can do is I can actually right click and I can zoom to it so that I can see that in my frame. Okay. I can actually, when I actually select it, it'll flash it for me. So if I click the full extent and I click the flash button, I can see that in the map. So that allows me to quickly navigate to it, or I can just right click it and, zoom to it pretty much. Okay. So that is the find. This is super, super valuable. Now let me show you if I didn't select road center line just real quick. So now I've got all, it's going to search this in all visible layers. So watch what happens. I'm going to click the find button and I can actually pull this down. And now look, now it's showing me every single time it found the value of a ruby within any of the fields for any of the visible layers. Address points are visible. So it's right now it's saying, hey, we found we found this in all of these different address points. So it essentially identified all of these address points with that ruby value and then the street at the very end. I almost asked if that made sense.
Yes.
So just
This one's
be
neat.
it
Sorry,
it
Annie.
is no, it's just I just really want you guys because this can be super helpful for you
Mhm.
as you're navigating through if you've got somebody in your office that's trying to find I'm on whatever ruby drive, so this helps you. And it's fast. If you know how to use this tool, it's very fast. You don't have to sit there and open up, oh my gosh, let me go, you got some annoying person in your office. I don't know. They're breathing down your neck for something and oh my gosh, now I got to look and see, okay, oh my goodness, what field is this in? Okay, this is going to be street. Uh-oh. I'm going to have to oh no, now my arc map is slow. So now I'm going to have to right click and sort and I'm going to have to scroll down into the R's. You know what I'm saying? It's just
Are
super
you having
fast.
flashbacks? Is this
Yeah,
experience that you've had?
a little. Yes. Yeah. Well, when you're working with the public, especially when you're assigning addresses,
Yes.
there's a lot of colorful characters, and I don't mean that in a
Mhm.
complimentary way. So some are more colorful than others. Um, so it's a fast way to get to where you need to be and bypass all the extras, if that makes sense. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay. So, um, I hope everyone is comfortable with that navigation. That's really simple. You guys cannot break anything at this point. I want you guys to be really comfortable with zooming in, zooming out, um, you know, ordering layers within the table of contents, identifying. That's all stuff that you're going to have to be super comfortable with. You're going to have to be comfortable with it because you're going to have to know this in order to operate the toolkit. I cannot be any more clear than that. Okay. The toolkit, I mean, is 100% heart and soul ArcGIS desktop, including map and catalog. So, you can't break this. Just get in here and start working with data that you don't care about. Make a junk file, start playing with stuff. That's the best way to learn how to do this. Okay. So now we're going to get into symbology and labeling. Okay. And I told you before that the the symbology is arbitrarily applied to these layers when you add them into the map. Okay. So points will always come in with this point. Roads are always going to come in with a very basic line and a color assigned to it. And then or I should say line features. And then any boundary or polygon data that you add in is always going to be this square icon with just a random color. It can be beige, brown, Pepto pink. I think I've seen everything except for black on polygons. I've never seen like a black
Yeah,
polygon come in. So,
that's a good point. I don't think so either. Or
yeah,
white, right?
never. And
Would
in
make
all my
sense.
days, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
So, there
Definitely a
are
salmon color.
absolutely. Oh, the one thing I didn't show you guys with before I move on to symbology is if you want to get to the extent of a feature class. So like you see here, I have a PSAT boundary that greatly extends out past my address points and my road center lines. But say I want to really just zoom in on just my address points. If I right click on my address point, I can click zoom to layer and it's going to take me to that extent of my address points. So I just wanted to point that out quickly. Okay. All right. So we're moving on to symbology and labeling. So in order to change the symbology of the address points, any of these really, there's a couple different ways you can do it. You can right click and go down to properties and you can actually go to, wait, no, that's data frame. Oops, I had the wrong thing selected. Right click on the address points, go to Not that. Thank you.
That
Right
math's
click on
too
address.
fast for
Let's
you.
try this again. Hello? Right click, go to properties, and you get this huge menu that opens up to you. But if you go to symbology, you can change the symbology in here. Or what I do, because, old GIS people are also pretty lazy, you can actually just click the icon and this gives you your symbol selector. Okay. Your color, you can choose by clicking that drop down. You can customize colors. So when I worked for the city that I worked for, I did a lot of stuff for our Old Town like tourism and development, and they had specific branding colors. So I had to make the map colors match what the branding colors were. So if you have that, you can actually adjust um, like the HSV or the RGB, whatever. So you can do custom colors here. Um, or you can just use one of the predefined. So for address points, I tend to use orange. You guys will kind of fall into whatever works for you. I know Becca, she's got her own methodology. For me, I always just kept addresses orange, but it's totally up to you. And then you can adjust the size. I can change that. I can either mouse up and change the size this way, or I can just type in the value of 8 and click OK, and then my points have changed. There is also a symbol selector. So if you didn't want to, if you said, hey, I want to be a little creative, I want to make it a different symbol. I don't want it to be a boring point or a dot. I want to be zesty. That was dumb. Um, so what you could do is you could scroll through. Okay, and there you can see there's a ton of symbols. There's even more than this though. Like if you actually click up here, you can search. So if I click house, I am actually now seeing all of the house symbols that are available to me. Okay.
Wow, those are legit.
Yeah.
3D.
Yeah. Now this is obviously terrible, but
Yeah,
I hate this.
very.
So anyway, I just wanted to show you guys that because that, there is a lot of symbology that's available to you. There is a way that you can classify data if you have the types of structures within your attributes. So single family, multifamily, schools, if you have that further annotated out, you can actually classify that data. And what that means is you group the addresses based on the type of structure. Again, you have to manage that in the attributes. You have to in order to get that to work. But when you classify the data, what you're effectively doing is you're grouping it by the type, and that means you can symbolize it differently depending on the group. That's how you're able to have a road center line network where the highways are symbolized differently. Okay. That all has to be built into the data. It won't work unless you have it built in. Okay. I did want to point out for some humor that you can turn on the style references and there's a crime analysis palette that comes up. And I don't know, is this brass knuckle or is this a chef's hat? I really don't know. But I
Uh,
mean, are there enough crimes to be committed with brass knuckles that it deserves its own symbol? Apparently, yes.
apparently. Yeah.
Apparently, yes.
Oh,
Burglary of a sailcraft. I don't know if that's a thing in Oklahoma,
wow.
but okay. Um, so there's different options available to
Yeah.
you. Um, maritime laws, probably not so much. I don't
Yeah.
know. I always think this is kind of funny. Vagrancy with a shopping cart, maybe,
Mm,
probably. So, anyway, but there are some customizable palettes. I've made my own in the past. And I shouldn't have even mentioned that because I can't tell you how to do it. It's been so long ago. But again, this is so ancient that you can research it on Google and it'll tell you how to do it. Okay. So those are some ways that you can customize your symbology for point feature classes. And again, like if I need hospital, obviously I would not do this on the entire data set, but when you type a search in, you can see all of the ones that are available to you. Okay. Parking. That was a big one that I always had to use. I would always use this one, and I would change or one of these, and then I would change the color. You can come in here and
Mhm.
actually customize the color. If you edit the symbol, you have a ton of stuff available to you with fish. Oh,
Yeah. There's
yeah.
there's pretty much any symbol you could ever want
Hmm.
to be
Yep.
represented in this.
Yeah. 100%. So those are just some ways. Just get creative. And again, if you're looking for something and you're not sure, just go to Google or go to the help and it'll help you.
Mhm. I
Okay.
was wondering, Annie, if you would
Yeah,
humor me and we can walk through an exercise so I can tie in a visual QC option using
sure.
symbology. So I am very much a visual learner. I'm looking at data all day, every day. And so I need a way to help me create efficiencies sometimes in my QC. So I like to use visual. Um, and what I want you to do, Annie, is go into the address points properties and let's symbolize, like you were mentioning, by a value. So we'll have, you know, the category symbology. So let's say that we'll do an easy one. I want to make sure that the placement of my address points fall within the proper city boundary. So I want to symbolize by the value I have in the data and making sure that I have the value matching the actual physical location against my polygon. Okay, so if you could go to that field and select city, what we can do, so that field is correlated to the attribute table, right? So I have values in that field, and if you go to add all values, it's going to populate in the symbol box of everything that I have as a unique value in that field within my address point layer. So for whatever reason, Esri likes to default to this pastel color ramp.
Mhm.
I like
Yeah, it's kind of
to,
creepy.
it's really hard, especially how small those points are. So what you could do, Annie, is select both of those values, and I like to edit all the properties at one time. So if you highlight both and you go to properties for all symbols or selected symbols, depending on, obviously what we're doing, and then you can change the size. So she can make that like an 8, and that'll help me visually see things better. Now, all other values, I just want to be clear that this is something that could be, if I'm manipulating this to add specific values, what we did was add all, but if I wanted to say I want to see Enola and unincorporated only, and I want anything else that could be a value in that field represented in a different symbol, you could do that here. And you can also take a look at the count on the far right here, where it tells me the breakdown of, I have 2,754 total points, and that's the breakdown of values between those two different values. Okay. So if you click OK here, Annie, or apply, um, what we're going to see in the map is
Very Christmassy.
right. Yeah, a little more burnt red, scarlet red. But this is a good way you can see now if I had a city polygon, then I could have that in my map and I can see where the placement of these points by a visual just analysis, if it's accurate to what those values should be in that city field. See that one on the far left, kind of southwest end? That to me is a little sketch, right? I mean, why is that one floating out there? Unless my city boundary
Yeah.
really has like an annexed area, I have a feeling that that's an inaccurate value, right? So, again, using symbology to show you visual trends in the data by symbolizing with attributes, this can be really powerful with a quick and dirty QC of, the quality of your data. I just kind of wanted to walk through that. I use this a lot when I'm comparing feature classes. Um,
Yeah.
and you can kind of have values drawn up with different colors and depending how they are spatially within your map, that can indicate if there's an issue or not.
Yep. Yeah, that's a really good point. And again, if you guys had a field that denoted the structure type, you could classify these even further, which might be helpful for like some of your CAD maps, etc. It could allow you to apply different symbology like to schools and hospital and
Mhm.
industrial, whatever it is that you guys wanted to see.
That's a great
Um,
point. Yep.
yeah. So the other thing that we wanted to show is labeling the address points. I'm just going to zoom in. So, obviously this stuff is not labeled, but I want to show you when I click on a point, this is the information that is in the attribute table. Theoretically, you can label based on any of these, okay? And I, you know, I tend to label based on the address for address points, not even the full address because it's just so much text. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on the address point. Now, you could click this button that says label features. Um but it's really just going to depend on what the default is. And right now there's nothing that's selected. So I'm going to go to properties and I'm going to go to this tab that says labels and see what it did was it said, "Hey, label the field based on the building name." Well, if I go back and look, the building name is not populated. Where is that? There it is. See, if it's a null value, if there's nothing in there, it's not going to be populated. Okay. But I do know that I have the address populated. So I'm going to label it based on the address. So I'm going to right click on my address point. I'm going to go to properties. I'm going to, for my label field, see what it says is label all the features the same way. But if I click this drop down, it would say define classes of features and label each class differently. That's where you would go to, for example, in a road centerline network, if you had interstates and you wanted to use like the interstate shield, if you had, a state route, if you any of these different types of symbols, I should say, you can classify the data and apply different symbols to each class of data. But right now, we're just going to label everything by the address. So I'm going to click this drop down, and this, again, this is all of the fields that are available within my data, whether they're null or not. And see, like building name, and again, this is just selected by default. I don't know why it did that, but that's just, that's why you have to go in and double check. So it chose building name, nothing populated because the field is not populated, so nothing labeled. So I'm going to click address and I'm going to apply this and show this to you guys. So now you see what happened. It labeled my address point based on the address because I told it to. Okay. So now what I can do to make this even more visible, because sometimes you have a lot of crazy stuff in your map and you want to make your symbols a lot more visible. So I can go into symbol, I can edit my symbol, and I can apply what's called a halo. So this is kind of like my favorite thing. What you can do is apply a halo of any color behind your text to make it stand out even further. Now I can also make that bold. I can bold the numbers. So I'll show you what that looks like if I bold the numbers. Okay, the numbers are now bold, but I want them extra, extra visible. So I'm going to go to symbol. They're bold. I'm going to go to edit symbol. And that's the other bummer about this software is that all these menus are kind of buried. So
Mhm.
mask, and I'm going to click halo, and it kind of gives you a preview of what that looks like in this window here. And I'm going to click OK, OK, apply, and OK. So now you can see that by making my text bold and applying a halo, now it's much more visible. Okay. Now with address points or with any point feature, you can, have fun with the labeling. I'm actually a labeling nerd, so you could go into placement properties and you could play around with this. You can set hierarchies to labeling. There's lots and lots of different nerdy, and this borders on more of the cartography stuff, okay? But this is where you would go to do that. So I'm not going to get into all of that. But that's and also you can set scale ranges too. So if you don't want to see all that labeling, you can, say I don't want to show labels zoomed out beyond a certain extent. So if I said 12,000
Yes,
and
I think
clicked
it has to
OK.
be, so I use that all the time,
Mhm.
especially when I have multiple layers with labels drawn up and I'm panning around. Something to consider, and when you all get more familiar with using ArcMap, the less you have drawing visibly, the faster your map is going to navigate. So,
Yeah.
um, turning on and off layers, turning labels to a certain extent, like Annie just showed, that's going to really help speed up the navigation and really editing process of what you're doing in your map.
Yep. 100%. All right. So now let's look at lines. So you're gonna symbolize these very similarly. You can right click and go through the menu to the symbology if you want to do that and do it this way. Or you can just click on the line and that becomes available to you. So I don't want green streets. Maybe I want my streets to be black and I want my line to be a little bit more visible. I can click 1.5. Now, one thing I can do is I can scroll down here, and again, it's going to give you a lot of different options for selecting a symbol. Um, some stuff is actually not really appropriate for a line, like for example, a state boundary. I mean, if you had a state boundary as a line feature class, you could do that, but just be careful. I mean, make something that makes sense. So one of the things that we always do when we are um, QCing data and we're talking about digitizing in data, road center lines need to be drawn in, digitized. Digitized and drawn in are the same thing. They need to be digitized or drawn in the direction of increasing addresses. Okay, I'm going to say that again. Road center lines need to be drawn in or digitized in the direction of increasing addresses. The way that you draw lines in matters. Where you make that first click, that's the start of the line. Where you make the final click, that's the end of the line. So that's kind of like your from to. But a quick visual geocode or a quick visual of this data is to actually select this line that says arrow at end. This helps you identify the direction in which the roads have been drawn in. So if I click arrow at end and I click OK, you'll see here that an arrow has been placed at the end of each of my lines that have been drawn. Okay. And you might look at this, it's like, why is there a bow tie there? Well, that's because those are two road center lines that are actually digitized in opposing directions. Is this appropriate? Yes or no? It may be, depending on the county or city boundary. If the city has a different addressing scheme, which it looks like they do, then it might make sense for this particular piece of this line to be digitized one way and this one to go this way.
This
Now,
goes back to that visual QC, right?
yes,
Knowing right away by looking at this based on the symbology we've assigned, we're already getting information about the data, the geometry, the attribute quality. It's
yep.
all right there. And it's a super powerful process if you kind of integrate this into your workflow.
Yeah, and this was just a few clicks, guys. I mean, this was just symbolizing the roads. This was not anything that was super difficult. I mean, this was a couple clicks to get a little arrow at the end. And, we made a couple clicks to symbolize the addresses based on the city. That's all. And you can do some pretty decent analysis just from doing that. Okay. You don't have to be an expert, but this is super helpful. All right. So again, if you click that road center line, I mean, you have a number of things that are available to you. Okay. but this is probably the most useful for us. And again, you can change the width of that road center line if you want, to make it more bold. I can't hardly see anything, so all my stuff has to be really big and bold, and Becca always makes fun of me. It's fine. Um, but that's how you can symbolize a road center line in that way, or you can just go back to, I always pick major road 1.5. Bam. Okay. Now, the polygons, again, I'm going to click on my symbol, and I have a lot of polygon symbology. I mean, you can see it's a lot of colors, right? Just a lot of different colors. Again, you can choose whether you want a fill color. If I want it hollow, meaning no color, I can click none. So now, you can see here that my symbol turns to a gray boundary with a white interior. That's because there's no fill color. The fill color is not even white. It's just no color. All right. I can make it anything I want. I can select this. Oh, that's terrible. Let me select that. Okay. There. I've got a PSAP color. There's also, depending on what you need to symbolize, I mean, scroll down, look through this stuff. Maybe you have some decent wetlands, you know. You might want to pick one of these symbols. Swamp.
Swamp.
My whole PSAP is
That's cute.
swamp. Ew. Yeah. So there's different ways to go about doing this, okay? And none of it is difficult. It's just clicking the buttons. Now, often you will want to be able to see a boundary, but also see what's below it. Like right now, I don't have any data in here besides these 3 feature classes, okay? But I'm going to add in my base map. So I'm going to go to add data, add base map. I'm going to click imagery and click add. And again, it takes a moment. Now, when you're looking at this, you're like, oh, well, that didn't add any imagery in. Don't do this. Don't do it because it's going to zoom out to the whole world. Um, if you want to be able to see what's through your boundary, there is a really cool thing that you can do, and you have to turn on the effects toolbar. So remember how we turn on toolbars? You right click in the gray space. There's a toolbar called effects. I'm going to click that. And what the effects toolbar lets us do is it actually lets us set a transparency on our boundary layers, which can be super duper helpful. So I'm going to click and select the PSAT boundary. And then where it says adjust transparency, I'm going to click that button. And then I'm just going to go up to 40%. And I move that slider, and then I can kind of see through my boundary now. Now, alternatively, you can also right click the boundary. You can go to properties. Remember, there's more than one way to do something in this software. It's whatever you're comfortable with. Okay. And I'm going to go to, where is it, Becca? Is it uh,
The
symbology? No.
transparency. It's gonna be a display.
Oh, display. You can
Yep.
see that I never actually go through this menu to do this. I always use the effects toolbar, but Becca does. And so, I mean, you can see that I struggle to find something when it's not something that I'm used to doing. So you can actually set the transparency here. And, if I wanted to be more specific and say 55%, then I can click apply and click OK. All right. And when I zoom in, now I'm able to actually see some structures. I can see a lot more than if I did not have a transparency set on my data. See, right now it's at 55. I can go back down to 0, and now I don't see anything, even though my base map is still turned on. Okay. So that's a really good thing that you can do. I actually use this all the time when I'm doing boundary workshops because I need to be able to see the imagery, I need to see the structures, I need to see the rights of way, the access points. I need to see all of that stuff and be able to still see the imagery underneath and the boundary, right? So did we cover everything on that, Becca?
Yeah, I'll give one more tip with the boundary or polygon symbology. If you are in a versioned environment, let's say you're working in with multiple users, right? So if you're editing data and you have a coworker who's also editing in the same data set, you can utilize polygon layers to define work areas. And what I mean by that is, let's say I'm going to be managing the address points or editing the address points within a city jurisdiction boundary. And I say, Annie, please don't touch any of the address points in this area. You can work anywhere outside of it, but I'm covering all this. In order to avoid conflicts, you need to have communication, but there's also a way for yourself to do a visual kind of uh, accountability, if you will, by setting a symbology for your polygon and having it draw up underneath your data that you're editing, like Annie's showing right here, and making sure it's unselectable, right? In that table of contents, you can make sure it's not selectable. And that way, if I'm editing and I reach the end of the color polygon that I'm supposed to be working in, I know I'm about to enter outside of the city limits, which is a no-no because that's where Annie's editing, right? So you can use this in addition to just as reference, or sorry, as um, you know, for QCing of the attributes of the data, you can use it for your own self accountability and editing coordination with other people in the same data set. It's something we do a lot on our team here with a versioned environment.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Okay.
Were we able, Annie, to show how to save a symbol?
Actually, I don't know that we showed that.
Let's it takes a couple seconds. We can kind of walk through that. So I typically save my center line because like Annie mentioned, I can put an arrow at the end. I can change the width of that line. I can change the color, and I have a saved symbol. So if you go right in here and let's say Annie, oh, you're good here. If you were to change the color, let's say to whatever you want, and you change the width to 1.5, and that is the symbol I'm always going to be using whenever I pull up a new map and I want to assign a center line. You can go save as right there and you can name it. So I would call it RCL, like Nina RCL or whatever I want it to be. Then you can have a category, which would basically be like if I'm editing multiple, if I'm doing maybe city utilities, I can have a utilities category, I can have a public safety category. But regardless, it's going to save it in um, a location on your desktop. And every time now that she saved it, she can come in here and just click that and it's going to assign it to the road layer that you or the line layer that you pull in. It'll save you a lot of time when you put into creating a custom, symbol. Might as well save it.
Yeah, that's an awesome idea because it sure, it's kind of annoying when you get things exactly the way that you want them and then, you don't save it and then you have to kind of go through it
Hmm.
again. So that's a
Yep.
great tip. Cool. All right. So the next thing that we're going to do is now we've shown you we've shown you a lot, not everything, but we've shown you a lot about managing geometry, symbolizing, labeling. And the same goes for the road center lines when you want to label. I didn't show how to label the road center lines, but you can right click and go to properties and, label the same way. So I'm going to go to labels. I'm going to label based on, I don't know, do you remember if legacy is populated in this data set?
Yeah, it should be street.
No. Symbol, edit symbol, mask, halo. Yeah. So I need to turn on my labels, check the
Gets me
box
every
again
time.
every time. So when
Mhm.
you go, let me show you what happened. So when you go in here, you can go through all this stuff, but you gotta make sure this box is checked because it's not checked by default. Label features in this layer, boop, check it. And then I'm going to click on placement properties because I like to have my road center lines labeled on the line. It's just my thing, for the names. So I'm going
Wow, I
to
didn't
write
know that
them.
about you.
Yeah, I'm weird about it.
Learning so
So
much.
so by default, it's set to above, which is what you're seeing over here. But if I click on the line and click OK and OK, it labels it on the line. So it's just and that's because when I was doing a lot of heavy mapping when I was with the city and the county, people always wanted like 7,000 data layers on one map. Okay. And I mean, it's tough. It's tough to manage all that. Again, this is more of a cartography discussion, but labeling it on the line just gives you a little bit more space for something else. So that's just kind of one way to navigate that. And I'm not saying it's a right way or a wrong way. It's just what I like to do. So I just want to be very clear about that. You guys get in here, play with this, do what you like. Um, and this is just the street name. Like you might have an entire street that you want to include. You might want to have a whole address here. You can play around and see what you like, but just be mindful that the more labels you have, you might want to consider setting those scale dependencies like we discussed because that can get very big and very ugly and it can really slow down your map regeneration. All right. So now that we've really discussed the geometry and the labeling and the symbology and the base map, I'm actually going to remove the base map at this point because we don't need it. I'm going to start talking to you about the attributes. So we've talked about the G in GIS in this part of the mapping exercise, okay? Now we need to talk about the I, the information, all right? And now what we're going to do is we're going to explore some attributes. So every feature class has an attribute table associated with it, okay? And the data can be as extensive as it needs to be, but again, that's data that you're going to have to manage and populate. I'm going to right click on my address point and I am going to click Open Attribute Table. This opens the attribute table for my address points feature class. Okay. Now my table opens and it just opens it's just floating. Okay. I can click this and I can dock it anywhere I want to. You see these blue buttons that kind of show up in your view. If I click one of these, it's going to dock it to somewhere in the data window. I just click and hold and I'm exploring these buttons. Or if I come up to this button, it's going to expand it across the whole window or across the whole screen, I should say. What do you do, Becca? This one?
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Okay. So I have docked this at the bottom and you can click and drag to kind of collapse or shrink the window as much as you can or as much as you want to. Or you can pull it out and leave it floating like this. Sometimes it's easier to work with like this. So I'm just going to leave it open so you can see as much as you can. So this is the attribute table, okay? If I scroll over, all of these are my fields, okay? These are all my fields in this table organized horizontally. In the upper left-hand corner of my table, I have a white button, looks like a piece of paper, and it says Table Options. Click that, and you have lots of different functionality that's available to you within the table options. You could do a find replace, you can select by attributes, which we're going to show you in a little while. You can switch selection, which will also show you. So there's a lot of different things that you can do within here. It seems to me that I used to do the reports function, but I don't remember what I used it for. So yeah, you can actually create reports from your attribute table as well. It's kind of interesting. All right. So I'm going to scroll over to my city field. Whenever I mouse over the field name, it turns into a vertical arrow. And if I click, it's going to select that whole field in blue. If I right click on that field and click sort ascending, you can actually see that it has sorted my city field in alphabetical order so that now I can see Enola is at the top. And if I scroll down, it goes into unincorporated. And I accomplish that through sorting ascending. So that would be A to Z. Now, if I right clicked and sorted descending, that would be Z to A. So the unincorporated would be on the top. Okay, but I'm weird. I like A to Z. So that's how I'm going to leave it. Okay. I'm going to show you now select by attributes. Select by attributes is a really powerful way to ask questions of the GIS data from the database side. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to select specific attributes within the field of city. Okay, and before I do that, I'm actually going to remove this and re-add it because I think we had problems with that in the class. People got confused. So now everything is just kind of one feature class. It's not classified. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I have my attribute table for address points, and there is a button here that says select by attributes. Click that. And this is going to bring up a weird looking kind of calculator thing. Calculator, but not really. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new selection of our data. We don't have anything, there's nothing selected right now. I have 0 out of 2,754 selected. Nothing is selected right now. So I am going to scroll down. I'm going to create a new selection. And what I'm doing is I am going to query from the database all of the records. Remember, the record is these individual address points. Each one of these corresponds to an individual address point. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of the address points that have the city value of Enola. All right. So I'm going to scroll down. This has my list of fields. So I'm going to, here's city. If I select it, nothing happens. But if I double click, it pops it into this box right here. And then I want you guys to look at these logic buttons. The one that we're going to be using today is the equal sign for is. Equals means is. Okay. So what we're asking is, hey, can you create a new selection of all of the city values that have the value of Enola? So in order to get that Enola part, I'm just going to click get unique values. Now, again, if you have a ton of unique values, I don't recommend doing this, but this is pretty simple because it's just two. So I'm going to double click Enola and you can see how that populates. So if you're going to type it in yourself, you need to make sure that you're using the single quote and not the double because that's how you perform the query. So I'm going to verify this first. And it says, hey, the expression was successfully verified. You don't have to do that. It's just a way to double check your work. So I'm going to click OK, and then I'm going to click apply. And what it did was it selected 821 out of 2,754. So I'm going to click this button to show selected records. Right now, I'm showing everything. So I'm going to click this button to show selected. And now it's showing me everything that was selected as part of that query. Okay. Now, say I wanted to switch back to, I only want to see Um, I only want to select the ones that are unincorporated. I don't want to see the ones that are Enola. I can go to this button that says switch selection and click it. And now I have 1,933 selected of the ones that are unincorporated. If I wanted to switch back, I could switch selection again. And here I am. I'm back to the only ones that are within Enola City. Now, if I wanted to clear that selection, I have this little white button here that says clear selection, and I click that, and it's your data's not gone. You're in the selected records window. You need to go back to the show all, and that's how you get back to your database. Was there anything else that I missed on that one? Or did we cover all of that?
Sorry, I was trying to find the mute button. I think we're gonna do a little bit more through the exercises I'm gonna show. So I think you
Mhm.
covered the good basics on that.
Okay. So that's how you query from the database side. You're going to open the attribute table. You're going to use the select by attributes, and this is where you're going to perform your selection. This is very, very simplistic explanation. Okay. These queries can get very complex. All right. You can actually add to the current selection, remove, select from the current selection. So these can get really extensive depending on what you're trying to do. This was a very simple, straight query where you're trying to find all of the address points that have Enola as the city. All right. That's what we just did. But these things can get very extensive. When you see all of these buttons in here, they can get very, very extensive. All right.
One thing that might be kind of fun to show Annie is
Yeah.
if you go back in, sorry, you just closed it out.
All right.
But if you go back in and you do the select by attributes again, um, go ahead and do like it removed the one you had. If you do
Well, I
just
can do it again.
country, let's just anything equals, and then if you click that, now remove that last single quote and
Wow,
let's
hard.
click apply and show them what would happen if
Ah.
the syntax is not accurate. You're
Ah,
going to get a little nasty gram,
yeah.
and it's going to tell you something with the SQL statement is not accurate, right? And I mean, I'm not a great coder, scripter, or anything, but that's a good thing. Don't immediately freak out like, oh my gosh, something's wrong with my data. Go back and look at the format of the
Mhm.
query you're trying to use here, and because Annie said, you need that single quote around the value itself, right away I could say, oh, well, duh, I'm missing that. And then if she were to add that back in and click apply, it's going to successfully complete that search. So every time that happens, and verify is another great way, like you showed. Every time that happens, usually it's user error, speaking from my own experience.
Same.
And yeah, and so you just need to go back and be really thoughtful with the syntax, which is why I usually use the get unique values and double click myself so I know it's
Mhm.
actually putting it in the way it needs to be. But we're going to show a little bit later some of the more unique ways of searching attributes, and we'll talk more about the requirements of the syntax there.
Awesome. Okay. Now we're going to talk about a spatial query. So again, this was querying the database side. This is the database. Each one of these corresponds to an address point. And by the way, if you actually select an address point here, you'll see it selected here in the attribute table. So this is, you know, this is how you can identify, hey, this is my record. This is my address point. I can also, again, I can click the identify button and get the vertical view of that too. But you're going to be doing your editing in this window for the most part. Okay. So now I'm going to talk to you about a spatial query. Now, what is a spatial query? A spatial query is using the it's actually when you're asking a question from the geography side, right? You're looking at the different layers and you're asking questions of the geography to obtain a result. Okay? So I know that sounded kind of jumbled, but what you're going to do is you're going to go up to selection. Now again, you'll see that select by attributes up here again. That's what we just did. That's what we just went through, but we accessed it through the database side. So if you don't want to look at your attribute table or you don't really care, you can actually execute that database query using this. But I like to have the table open. I don't know why. It just makes me feel better. Um, but now we're going to actually select by a location. So instead of an attribute, we're going to select by location. That is a spatial query. So I'm going to click select by location. And this box looks a little bit different. Okay. So my goal in this particular exercise is I want to select all of the address points in this data set that are located within 50 feet of a road center line. Okay. Now, a real world example would be I need to, I have an offender and I need to identify um, all all of the schools within a mile or 2 miles of this particular offender, etc. Okay. I um I am a pizza place and I want to identify all of the homes within a mile of my restaurant. So just kind of queries like that, okay? But from the spatial side, from the geometry and the geography side, okay? So what I'm going to do is this is my selection method. It's saying select features from. If I click this, I've got a lot of options here. And by the way, for this, you want to make sure that nothing is selected. So just click this white button that says clear selected. It's not available for me because nothing's selected, but you want to make sure that that's clear. So this is a brand new query. So I'm going to leave this as the default. Select features from, and my target layer is going to be address points because remember, I'm trying to select address points that are within a distance of my road center lines. Okay, so I'm going to select features from address points, and my source layer is going to be my road center lines. Okay, the source layer is kind of like what you're comparing it to or what you're querying it against. So I'm going to query from my address points. My source layer is my road center lines. And what spatial selection method am I going to use? If I click down, the down menu, there's a lot of different options. And you might want to, take a closer look at these and give this some thoughtful consideration because, some of the stuff can be kind of confusing. Okay. I'm going to choose that I am within a distance of the road center lines. I need to select features from my address points that are within a distance of my road center lines. It's kind of annoying that this doesn't come before this because to me, like you need to ask that question before you can pick the source layer, but it's okay. Just envision this as your question, okay? What is within a distance? My address points. So this is my source layer. And because I say I'm within a distance, I am going to adjust this search distance to 50. And I can adjust my unit of measurement in this box. So if I click the drop down, I can click feet. So now you see the query built. Select features from address points that are within a distance of road center line. What's the distance? 50 feet. I'm going to click apply and I'm going to click OK. Now, if I want to see, there's a couple ways I can see how many are selected. Number one, I can look down here and it says the number of features selected is 19. I can also click the list by selection to see that there are 19 address points. Alternatively, I can open the attribute table and see that there are 19 address points that are selected. Because if it selects in the map, it's going to select in the attribute table. Remember, they are linked. Every single address point has an associated record in the attribute table. Okay? So your addresses are your geography, and your information is this attribute table, GIS. It works together. Okay? And Becca, did you have anything you wanted to add about, a spatial query or anything like that?
Well, we're gonna do a couple more advanced exercises later, so I'll kind of hold off on the details there.
Okay, well, this concludes the basic navigation and spatial and attribute query. So then the next section will be editing the geometry and attributes.
Okay, so up until this point, we have really focused on the visual display of ArcMap. We've been talking about um, selecting attributes, the symbology, and the way that your data draws up within your map. And we're going to really get into the editing components. So when I say editing, I mean modifying the geometry and attributes of our feature classes. So that could be creating data, modifying existing data, and of course, modifying attributes. So first what we need to do is I'm going to pull in data. So I have my art catalog, which is docked over here on the right side of my screen. Now I'm going to pull in um, my feature classes. So I'm going to start with my address point. I'm just going to grab it. You could drop it into the map. I'll take my center lines. I'm going to also grab the ESZ boundary and the PSAP boundary. Remember how we talked about the hierarchy of the way your layers, the vector data, points, lines, and polygons, will naturally draw up in your table of contents. As I pulled those individual layers, it knew to stack the address points on top, the roads, and then the polygons on the bottom. So I just want to point that out. So when you want to start actually editing the contents of a specific feature class or data set, there's a couple things you need to do. We need to be within an edit session, okay? So again, everything we've done up until this point has been visual, right? So changing the symbology, the way that the points are displayed, the lines are drawn, all of that is strictly visual. Now, when you want to actually modify the components of these layers, you're going to need to have your editor toolbar accessible in your map. To do that, remember, you can come up here, right click the gray space in your map pane up top and make sure editor is selected. Another way you can access your toolbars is if you go to customize toolbars, and there is the same list here. That's the longer way, but there is that shortcut to right click here in the gray space. All right, so once that toolbar is turned on, you will come here to the editor button, select that, and you're going to choose start editing. That's going to start an edit session, and you can see now what was previously grayed out on this editing pane. These are accessible buttons. So I'm going to stop this because I want to show you one more thing. You can also start an edit session within the table of contents by right-clicking the feature class name, going to edit features, and start editing. That's another way to do it. It's important to note that since all of these layers are being contained within a single geodatabase, I am editing everything. I have the ability to edit on any of these layers that are within this geodatabase that are being displayed in my map, okay? If I had data pulled in from multiple geodatabases, I would need to specify the edit session of which geodatabase data I want to be editing. So there will be a second step if there's data being pulled in from another data set. Okay, now that our edit session is activated, we can start by creating data. So a common scenario might be you just received a new address request and it's been approved, and you need to add this address point within your map, right? Within your GIS data set. What I'm going to do first before I go into this is I'm going to turn off these layers. So I'm only focusing on the address points. I'm also going to turn on my base map so I can see where I'm going to be placing this point. So up here on the editor toolbar, there's going to be a button here called Create Features. It's like a piece of paper with a pencil. You're going to click that. And now in this window, there's a new Create Features pane that pops up. I have mine docked here on the right side. Right now, because my address points are the only visible layer, it's the only one showing here. But if I were to toggle on some of these other layers, you'll notice they are now available for me to create features within. So that was why I actually originally turned these off. I always like to reduce clutter when I'm editing, but also, you know, make sure that I am focused on the appropriate layer. Because if I had multiple point layers in here, I would want to make sure I'm adding the feature of the feature class that I would want, right? So right now, this is the only layer. And if I click address points, which is the title of the feature class, down here, there are some other options that have popped up, okay? So this one right here, the basic one, it's gonna allow us to create a point. So you might notice now in my map, it appears that I have the ability to place a point. So I'm gonna zoom in. Let's say that, let's just choose an area. Let's say that new point, I'm gonna zoom in close. Let's say that that new point that I need is for this structure, okay? Remember, with public safety, it is a best practice to place the address point on top of the addressable structure. So again, in my create features window with this option here, the point option to create a point, I'm going to hover over the area within my map and just click once on my mouse. So now you could see there's a new point that's been created. It's highlighted in blue. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to choose this edit tool select. It's like a little black pointer. That is the pointer when you are within an edit session that will allow you to select features to edit. So I'm going to click that just so I don't accidentally add another point. And since this is highlighted, that tells me that if I go into the attribute table, remember, right click the feature class, open attribute table. With this highlighted feature here, that is representing the new point. Now, you might notice that nothing in here is populated, okay? That's because attributes have not been added. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to populate the street information for this new point. So the address request is, let's say, 123 Main Street, apartment A, with the city value of Enola in the state of Oklahoma. So that's a lot of information, right? Remember, with public safety, with NG911, there are designated fields that will capture specific components of an address. So I'll repeat it again. It's 123 Main Street, apartment A, Enola, Oklahoma. So the first component of that is the house number. It's 123. So in the Oklahoma standard schema, the house number is contained within the address field. So that's this one right here. So if I click in this cell, a type box comes up. Okay. So I'm going to type 123. Remember, this is a integer type field. So that means it can only contain whole number values, right? Whole integers. If this had an address number suffix, let's say it was 123A, that A, if I were to try and type this in here, what's going to happen? An error is going to pop up because that A is now kind of breaking the rules of what an integer field allows. That's why with NG911, I'm going to go back and delete this. If I did have a suffix, it would need to be maintained here in the add suff field. That's specifically what that's for, right? Because there's specific components, again, of an address that need to be maintained in individual fields, okay? So the next component of the address that we are adding in this created point is the street name Main. So here is street. Main, I'm going to spell Main out. And with Oklahoma, everything needs to be uppercase and fully spelled out, okay? Now, the next component is the street type of street. So if I click this cell, you might notice a pick list comes up. That is, this specific field has a domain applied. So if I navigate down to the street, the STs, you'll notice there's an option for street. Okay, so you just select that, and that is a way to, again, applying domains allows for the reduction of human error. I know that there's a designated values that are going to be assigned to this field. So we select street. And now the last part of the actual address number here is apartment A. And apartment A is the unit value. And with the Oklahoma standards, that will go under building unit. So one thing to note, a rule of thumb for anything NENA and state standards is no abbreviations. So this will need to be spelled out, apartment A in uppercase, okay? That's how you capture that unit value. Now the final component is the city value of Enola and then the state of Oklahoma. So I'm going to scroll back over here to the beginning of the attribute table. Here's city. We're going to capture Enola. Again, all uppercase. And then the state is Oklahoma. So you notice there's another domain applied to the state field, which allows me to select Oklahoma. So I have now just populated all the information that was given to me from this new address that's been approved. Now, before I proceed into saving this edit, I will say it is a best practice that when you add any new feature, that you populate as much information about that feature that you know as possible. So in this case, I know the country is going to be United States of America, right? There's a domain on this field. And I know the county, and I think for this purpose, we're just saying it's Rogers County. So I'm going to select that from the domain. So one thing I'll kind of go back and show you. I was at the beginning of the table. If you actually type in the first letter of the attribute you're trying to find, it's going to jump you down in the pick list, which makes it a little more efficient. So I'm going to choose Rogers. And that's a way for me to populate more information. And as you get more familiar with the state standards, these are mandatory fields. So I want you to be thinking about, you know, making this a complete edit when you create a new feature, okay? So now, if you've been in any of my classes, I am a stickler for this next step. It is something that I have I have paid the price, so I try to pass this on to those who are just beginning their journey in GIS. Always save your edits. Save as often as you make an edit, okay? So within an edit session, how you actually save these edits, you're going to go back up to the editor toolbar and click the caret drop down, and there's this save edits option. Save. I would say do this every time you create a new feature, every time you modify a an attribute within a feature, every time you move a point. You can't save enough. And I'll tell you why. Because you can lose many hours worth of work and editing if you are not diligent about saving. I may or may not be speaking from personal experience. Um, so I would think, every 5 minutes, as often as you can when you are going through and you're doing this type of editing, go up here and save your edits, okay? Now, I want to point out something. You might notice over here in your map, this floppy disk up here, that is also a save. So notice the difference here of the description of this tool or of this save button. It says save the current map document. This save is very different than saving your edits. What this one will do is save the actual configuration of your map interface here. So it's going to save a new map, and it's called the extension would be an MXD. That's what the ArcMap extension would be. So it would save this map with these layers in it. If I had applied any symbology, any special queries or labeling, that's going to be saved here. It's strictly the map document and the visual information, okay? This here is where you save actual edits that is where you save actual edits that you're making within the data itself, okay? So be sure to, I know I'm kind of beating a dead horse here, but again, speaking from personal experience, you do not want to lose hours worth of work or even days if you are not careful, okay? It can't hurt. I could save multiple times in a row. It's not going to do anything except save my edits. Okay, so we have now successfully added an address point. So that new point feature is now within that feature class, okay? The next thing we're going to do is create a road center line. So for the purpose of this exercise, I'm going to change the symbology of my roads. Remember how we showed you how to save symbols? I have a couple here. I'm going to choose my already saved one, which has the black arrow at the end point of the segment. Click OK. And with this, you can see that my symbology has changed. Okay, so now I want to add a new road center line. For the sake of this exercise, let's find a good location that seems promising here. All right, I'm going to pretend that this right here is a road that needs to be added into my data. This one right here. Okay. Actually, let's use this one. This one's a little more funky. That one's fun. Okay. I think it might be outside of my boundary. Don't mind that. Oh, it's still okay. So with the base map on, again, in the create features window, I turned off my address point. So now I'm only looking at my road centerline layer here. It's the only option. And I'm going to just choose the line. You have the ability to create lines with these other kind of options here. Unless you're really fancy and you like to freehand or you want to draw roundabouts and perfect circles in your center line layer, I typically use the line, and then I have other tools available to me to modify the geometry of that. Okay, so I want to show you something and teach you what not to do first. And then we'll do an exercise to show what would be a better practice when creating road centerline geometry. Okay, so notice when I hover over an existing segment, it pops up already, snapping me to that segment, okay? If you hold the space bar, which I'm doing right now, I'm holding the space bar, that snapping option will disappear. So there are some cases where that would be useful. In this case, I actually want to have my road connect because it is a true connecting road. So I'm just gonna click this location to start my drawing. Okay, now you notice a vertex was dropped. You can see that it's kind of estimating where that segment would be based on the next vertex that I would drop. Okay, so in this case, I'm gonna drop it right here and I'm gonna click along this road to create this geometry. Okay, let's just say I'm going to stop it there. So I double clicked to end that sketch. Now I am at a zoom extent of 1 to 6,000. Now it might look nice from this zoom extent, but when I come closer, I want you guys to see really the quality of that feature that I just created. That's not that nice, right? It's kind of jagged, it's a little pointy, um, doesn't really represent the curves. I would say a best practice is to digitize your data at a scale about 1 to 1,000, 1 to 800. That's going to give you more accurate and more precise geometry of your segments. So I don't want to have to go and redraw this segment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select it again using this black arrow, the edit select tool. That's going to select this feature for me to edit. And there's an option up here in the toolbar to reshape. So that allows me to modify the geometry of an existing line or polygon and literally reshape what it looks like. Okay, so I'm going to select that. And because I already have this one segment selected, it knows that's the feature I'm trying to modify. So if I click this, now when you do this, you have to start your reshape on the selected feature itself. Okay, so I'm going to click here so I can start modifying this area, and you're essentially redrawing. Okay, so I'm going to make some more vertices here, and then I'm going to double click again on the selected segment to end the sketch, and there you go. It reshaped based on those new vertices that I placed, and it's much more smooth. Okay, now you can do this all as you go. And this is an area right here where I would probably hold the space bar because I don't really want it to be snapping to that again. I'm going to hold the space bar so I can place a vertex right here. And then I can end the sketch. So reshape is really powerful. It's a good time saver. There's a lot of um, there's a lot of uses for this tool. And I will say that as you become more comfortable and familiar with editing, the reshape is going to be one of your best friends, especially for polygon editing. Okay. So just as we did in our address points, when we created that new point, I am going to, and I just chose here because again, I think it's just my OCD a little bit, but I don't like to have the tool or the modifying function still displaying on my cursor. I always like to kind of refresh, if you will, by clicking back on the edit. So I know I'm not going to mess anything up. All right, so I'm going to open the attribute table and I'm going to come down here. There's one feature selected. Great, that's the segment I just created. I'm going to choose show selected records so I know I'm editing that one. It's easier for me to see and visualize. And I'm going to start populating the attributes of this road center line. So in this example, we have North Main Street in Nola, Oklahoma, with a specific range that we'll walk through populating together. So the first component is north. So that's going to be a pre-directional. So in this case, there's a lot of attributes here in the road center line, and that is because in the data model, a center line has essentially duplicate fields because there's a left and a right side of the road. So with that, depending on the attributes that you assign, you're telling it it's describing the left side or the right side of that segment. Okay. When it comes to street name, the segment can only contain one set of attributes there. Okay. So I'm going to start by populating our north value, the N value, which is a pre-directional. This again has a domain applied, so it's got that pick list of specified values. I'm going to click north. The street name is Main. I'm going to populate Main in all capital. The street type is street, so I'm going to hit the S on my keyboard to jump me down here to save some time. And I'm going to choose street. Now the city is Enola. And because there's a left and a right, I'm going to populate both. And these are mandatory fields in the data model. So you're going to want to make sure you do populate them. Just as I explained when we were doing the address point, if you're in here and you know the values of these fields, populate them, right? These are mandatory fields, which again means they cannot be left null. And when you go to validate your data using the toolkit, it will flag an error if there's any missing, if there's a record that's missing any mandatory field. Okay. I'm going to, just for the sake of this exercise, finish populating the country, state, and the county. Again, is we're using Rogers. I know it's not actually, but we're going to use it. And the last component here, which again, these are mandatory fields in the data, are the address range the add range fields. So in this example, we're going to use a range of 100 to 127. So that's a single set of a range, right? So again, keeping in mind we have a left and a right side of the road to populate. And I'm going to say in my county here, and if I had address points, I would reference those to make sure I'm populating the range on the appropriate side of the segment. But let's say that the left side is even and the right side is odd. So again, the range is 100 to 127. So I need to break that up to input this information accurately. So the range values, it's going to be an address left from, and there's a address left to. That's the starting range and the ending range for the left side. There's also a right from and to. So in this case, I said that the left is even. So I'm going to start this one at 100. And I'm going to have my to value of 126. Now the right side is odd. So I'm going to start this at 101. And I'm going to end it at 127. Okay. Now the toolkit will populate parity for you. I'm not going to dive into that. But that is also another mandatory field that as you get more familiar with the standards, that is something you're going to want to consider within your editing workflow. how to populate that effectively. Okay, so at this point, I have now added all of the attributes that are available to me for this newly created road segment. I have reshaped a portion of it. Let's say I'm content with the geometry of the rest of this, and I am going to come up here and I'm going to save my edits. Y'all are going to be very sick of me at the end of this training. I'm going to say this at least 10 more times. So save your edits. Okay, now I'm going to clear my selection and let's just take a look here. So this road or this new created segment has a black arrow at the end, which represents the end point. Now I want to show you if I come here and I select that segment again, up here on the toolbar, the editor toolbar, there is a edit vertices option. Now, if I click that, every single vertex or vertice that I placed is going to display, okay? The red point is always going to represent the end point, okay? So if I did not have my symbology set to display that arrow at the end of the road, and I wanted to just quickly know which side of this feature was the endpoint, that's one way to determine. So the red will always represent the end point of the segment. I'm going to click off of that and I'm going to select that segment again. And I want to show you one more thing. If I right click now with this feature selected, that same edit vertices option is available here in this way. So you remember we talked about having multiple ways to do something within GIS, to find a certain tool, to go about editing a certain way of editing. Now that's a duplicative effort here. I can either do it from up here or I can right click and choose edit vertices, and that same information is going to pop up here. Now, let's say that I didn't want this segment to be going this far out. I really want it to end here. You have the ability to edit individual vertices. So I can select this one. When you select it, notice now it has a white square in the middle. That tells me that I am editing this one vertex. So I can drag it and I can pull it back and I can click away and it's going to end my sketch. You can also right click again, edit vertices. You can also edit many at a time. So if I draw a box around these, notice how all of them in this curve are white, have white squares, which means they're being edited. And if I grab that and I move it, notice what happens. It's keeping that curve, which is a good and a bad thing depending on what you're trying to modify here. But it's going to move everything all at once, okay? Now, let's say I accidentally did that and I did not want that to persist. I can come up here. I can use the undo option, and it's going to jump it back to the last edit. I can do this as many times as up until my last save of the edits, okay? So once you save, you're not going to be able to undo that edit. All right. So I'm going to now save my edits. All right. So there's something that happened here when I created this new line that might not be a best practice because, or let me rephrase that. There's an additional step that I need to do here in order to avoid creating a topology discrepancy. So if you remember, topology represents the spatial relationship of features, okay? If I select this line here, which is the one that is adjacent to the one that I created, notice that it's a full segment. But when you think about topology, when an intersection needs to be represented, we can't have intersecting segments. We need to have a true vertex split here, okay? So I am going to show you a little trick just because I think this is a nice little segue. If I notice something and I need to come back to it, which I'm going to do because I'm going to jump to another section of this training and then jump back to the scenario to resolve with you all, I am going to create a bookmark. So you can create bookmarks within your map, which will take a screen capture of the extent of where you're at. And really it's literally that. It's a bookmark. So if I pan to another side of my county at some point and I need to remember where was that location that I need to go split that road to avoid creating a topology error, I can create a bookmark. So up here at the top, there's this bookmarks tab. If you select it and go create bookmark, I am a big fan of naming properly so I know why I created the bookmark and what is happening. So I'll say uh, RCL needing split. How about that? So know that that bookmark's going to jump me back to this location, and it's a scenario where the road needs split. So I'll show you how that works right now. So I'm just going to turn off my base map because with ArcMap, if you have your base map drawing up and you pan around, it can really slow things down. So I'm just going to pan to another portion of my county, and I'm going to go up here and notice now under the bookmarks, there's this one that I created. So it'll say go to this spatial bookmark. If I select it, notice it jumped me right back to where I was. And then let's say I wanted to go back to the previous extent. I can click this blue arrow. Remember the chunkier arrow that will pan and navigate your map extent. I can click that and I'm right back where I was. Okay. So this is a little mental reminder for me to jump back later to show you the process of splitting this road to not avoid creating an error. Okay. So I'm going to save because there we go. I am paranoid. And we are going to talk about creating polygons. So in the create features pane, I just now have my ESZ boundary turned on, visible in the table of contents. I'm going to select the layer name, which will then pull up additional options for me with creating data. And I'm going to choose polygon. Polygon will kind of just allow me to have more freedom. If you choose rectangle, it's going to be just that. Circle, ellipse, things like that, freehand. We'll get to these ones later. But I'm going to choose polygon. And I'm just going to demonstrate how this works. So if you click, it's going to start, it's going to place a vertex. And now it looks like a single line right now. But once I click that one and I pull my cursor away, notice that it's starting to draw an enclosed polygon. So again, you have to have a polygon is literally that, right? It's got to be an enclosed feature. If it wasn't, it would be a line. So you need, multiple points to create that new boundary or polygon. I'm going to click, and then there's two options I could do here. I could right click and go finish sketch, and that's going to end this drawing for me. I could also, double click, and that's just with any editing. Double clicking will end the sketch. So I'll do that. I double clicked and I ended it. So now I have this new polygon created. That is, with editing polygons, there's a lot of things to consider because it's very easy to create topology discrepancies as you are editing, okay? This is a simple freestanding polygon. There's no other polygon edges that I needed to consider with creating that. It wasn't, backed up to this edge here to where if I were to create a polygon off of this one, I could potentially create gaps and overlaps if I'm not careful. There are tools, and I will show you all later. There are tools to avoid creating those types of topology issues. that are available to you when editing polygons. So in this case, I want to show again with this new created polygon. If I open up the attribute table, you'll notice there's a whole new record and all the attributes are null. So those would need to be populated by me because, of course, we want to make sure we're populating all the mandatory values in here. And that's with any feature, not even just public safety, right? If you are adding data, surely there's a purpose for that, right? And unless you are, well, I won't even say that because if you're creating a map, you still need to have attributes to help describe that. But just be mindful that when you create features, you're going to want to make sure you provide information along with those features. So populate your attributes within your attribute table. Okay. Now I am going to undo because I don't want to keep that polygon, but I did want to show you how to create a basic polygon. And we're going to get to some more advanced editing here in a moment. But let's get back to the modifying existing data. So we talked through creating new features, right? We did an address point, we did a road centerline segment, and we just created a polygon. But let's talk about if I need to make adjustments to existing feature geometry, okay? I'm gonna turn on my address points. We're gonna go through an exercise of just moving some address points, okay? So right now, and I'll show you something that can be uh, one of the most common things that people do when we are starting editing, even if you're an advanced editor, we all have done this. So I'll show you something. Up here on the edit tool, we're going to select that black selector, and let's say I want to move these 2 points. Okay, I just drew a box around it to select these 2 points. Now, if I am not careful, notice there's something else selected here. And if I go up here to the list by selection, I have an ESZ boundary selected. For the sake of a demonstration, I'm going to show you what not to do. If I'm zoomed in and I think that I know that I need to move these address points a couple, just shift them to be more on top of a structure, I'm going to hold my cursor down and move. But notice that there's something happening here. Obviously, because I have that other polygon selected, it shifted the whole boundary of that, creating a gap. Now, if I'm zoomed in, I'm going to undo that just so I can show you that again. If I'm zoomed in close and I don't see the edge of my polygon like this, right? You don't see that border anymore. It's over here. I'm going to take that off screen. And I do that same selection again. If I'm not looking at this, I don't know that there's an ESZ boundary selected. Guess if I didn't have the attribute table open either. So that's something that I can go here and I can move this, and you could easily, if you're not paying attention, shift data. So that's why I would say undo that. It's a best practice when you are editing data, either don't have them visually displaying, so you can turn this off so you know you're not going to grab it, or come in here and make them not selectable. I am a fan of making all my polygon layers not selectable when I'm editing, because if I'm editing polygons, there's a specific reason for that. It's pretty rare. So I usually have them just drawn up in my map for visual display, and I like to have them there, but not anything that I have to select. Right now, I can't even risk selecting that boundary and shifting it. Okay. Now, it is very easy, as you saw with that little demonstration, that it's very easy to select a point and you can either click it, that's fine. I always like to draw a box because I know for sure I'm grabbing that feature. and you can take it and you just simply drag your cursor to move it. That's as easy as it is to move an address point. Again, you can move multiple at one time if you wanted. Undo that. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. I'm gonna save my edits. Clearly, it's a habit for me. Um, the next thing is let's talk about flipping a road center line. Now, this is a perfect example. You might ask yourself, why would I need to flip a road? Well, in public safety, I think we talked about this earlier, but it is a requirement for next generation 911 that your road center line geometry is digitized in the direction of increasing address point values. So I don't have my labels drawing up, but let's just use our imagination right now that these address points here are increasing in this direction. So I have like 100, 102, 104, 106, which means right now the road center line is being digitized because this black arrow is the endpoint in the opposite direction of the way that my address points are increasing. So in order to flip the geometry of the road, you're going to select the segment. So again, I just using the black edit tool selection, I always like to just kind of draw across it to have that selected. I'm going to right click and go to edit vertices. Now this is where you have to be kind of precise. I've noticed that you have to have the endpoint selected. So if I right click that red endpoint, there's an option that comes up for me here. I can flip the road. Okay, watch what happens. Now, if I do that and I click off of the segment, notice now the endpoint is over here. So that's how you flip the geometry. But I want to point something out with this. This is simply geometry modification. It does not flip the attributes of the road center line. What I mean by that is if I had, undo that, if I had on this side of the road the odd road range, actually, I'll just show you. How about that? In this scenario, right now, I have the left side as even. Right now, again, the left is, we're pretending it's 100 to 106 going in this direction. And the right side is 1 to 99. Now, again, the end point is what's determining the left and right side. So when I flip this road, now notice how the left and right stayed as even and odd, but the left side of the segment is now going to be these address points, this side of the road, because the end point is here. The right side is now going to be here. I point this out because sometimes flipping a road could fix an error like this, right? If the range is not appropriately reflecting the left or right side. However, if you flip the geometry of a road segment and you are not paying attention to the actual attributes of that segment, you could be creating additional errors in your data, which is why, I really want you all to practice mindful editing, knowing when you're doing something, try and think a couple steps ahead of what could I be creating, or what other steps should I be paying attention to with this change I'm making in the data. So I wanted to point that out, that flip option is strictly for geometry. Okay. All right. It's now time. Oh, I'm going to save my edit. Let's go back to that area where I have bookmarked that I need to split that road. So I'm going to choose my bookmark. It's going to jump me back to this location. And again, we don't want, whenever there's a true intersection in the real world, I'm going to want to make sure that my two segments here that are intersecting actually have a proper vertex or intersection point, if you will, created to represent the multiple segments in that scenario, right? So I am going to make a change to this road centerline geometry. And I'm going to come up here on the edit toolbar and I'm going to choose split. There's a split tool option. So if I select that, now I have this cursor that has been enabled. Notice the snapping again is on. So it grabs that center line. Now, if I hover over this, you know it's kind of hard to see. Let me turn off my base map. There's information that this is telling me. Right now it's saying road centerline edge. When I hover over here, it's now telling me that's an endpoint. We want to see that, right? Because that tells me I'm creating that intersection at the endpoint of where that adjacent road is touching the feature that I'm modifying. So with that snapped on it, I'm going to just click once. And now a new segment has been created. Well, that single segment has now been turned into 2 segments. And I know that because I have my symbology telling me that, right? That's where that visual kind of just ability to know exactly what's happening in your data set when you symbolize properly. I now have an endpoint here. Okay, so I have 2 new segments. Now, this is really important. Notice what happened in the data set. Sorry, in the attributes. Because I split a road, it's going to duplicate the attributes of that feature when you split a road. All right, when you split a road center line, a line. So that is good and bad. It's good because a lot of these attributes are being preserved that I want to carry over, right? If this is accurate, I want the street name to stay persistent in this segment. But what I don't want is duplicate road ranges. So this is one of those situations that you're going to encounter a lot when it comes to editing for public safety, for NG911. We need to make sure that we are paying attention to these values that are mandatory, that so that we are not creating additional issues in our data. So I split that road. I resolved one error, which is this incorrect topology, and I now have a proper intersection, but I've created another error if I don't fix this, which could be a potential range overlap. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to kind of show you guys how I would walk through this. I have an address point here. Address points are very important to help us understand how to range. There's a lot of different types of, there's a lot of different ways to manage your road ranges. Some people maintain theoretical, which are those block ranges, kind of like what we have displayed here. Some people maintain actual, which is where it represents the values of the address points that are associated with those segments. I'm going to utilize the identify option here on that point to tell me what the address number is. So in this case, it's 18693. Okay. And I did that because I want to know if I update the range of this segment, am I going to now not have this address point associated? I don't want to lose that relationship with the center line. Okay. I'm just going to quickly turn on this base map so I can see where the driveway is entering. So I do know it needs to be associated with this segment. I'm going to turn that back off. Now I have 18693, which is the left side. And again, let's say that I am maintaining theoretical ranging. So I'm going to maybe cut that off at 18699, let's say. So that means that this 2 value, right, because I have this yellow segment selected, the 2 value, which is that endpoint, for the left side, I want to end at 18699, right? So that fixed that piece. Now you want to have the incrementing mentality here. I cannot start this next segment at 18,699 because that's going to conflict with the value I already gave it. So with went here, I'm going to increment by 2, making sure it's on the even side, and I'm going to put that next range at 18,701. Okay. The same consideration needs to happen here on the right, because if I only resolve the left, I'm going to still have an overlap here. I'm going to use the same logic, and I'm going to change this to 18,698 for the 2. And then the from value of this segment, I'm going to change that to 700. Okay. So now I have just successfully split a road, modified the ranges to avoid range overlap, all while considering the address point that is associated to each of these individual segments. And I have resolved a topology discrepancy that would have been flagged as I was editing this road. Okay. So that was a lot of stuff that I just did in that one editing scenario, but it's really important. And this is how you're going to need to start getting accustomed with editing data for public safety. Okay. I'm going to now save my edits because that was a lot of stuff I don't want to lose. And I know that those have just been saved. All right, so we talked about the split option. Now, let's talk a little bit about modifying polygons. So I'm going to turn on my ESZ boundary. And let's say I have a new annexation happening. I'm just going to choose a selection, a location here. That's going to modify an existing boundary, existing polygon. So let's see, let's do this. Let's say this address, the parcel for this address, and I'm just going to use my imagination on this one, needs to be encompassed here within this ESZ boundary, and we need to make sure that it's represented here. So I'm going to select, well, I first need to turn on the ability to select. I'm going to turn on within my list by selection window, toggle on the ESZ to be selectable. And because this boundary here, zoom out so you can see, this boundary is the one I want to modify. If I were to select this one, that's the internal. That's why it's kind of tricky when you're working with boundaries. Symbolizing by different colors will help with that. But I selected this one. And you have the ability to cut pieces, like think of it as like a cookie cutter. Like I'm cutting pieces out of an existing polygon. So this right here, this tool, the cut polygons, if I choose that, I'm going to start at the edge of the boundary I'm cutting. I'm going to just kind of, again, this is an exercise, so I'm going to pretend that this is the parcel of which that point is needing to be annexed. I'm going to double click this edge to end it, and notice what happened. A whole new boundary polygon has been created. So I'm going to choose that. I'm also going to choose, well, let's open up our attribute table and I'll show you. So if I select this newly created one, it still has attributes. So that is similar thinking to how we cut our road center line. If you remember, we split, sorry, use the proper terms. We split our road center line. It duplicated the attributes of that original feature. The same thing is going to happen when you cut a polygon, because again, you're modifying an existing feature and you're just modifying that geometry by doing this. So I have now, I just selected in my attribute table right here. Both of these now are 6204 ESN because again, it's been, all of these attributes are duplicated across the feature. Now, let's say that this was going to be a whole new polygon and it needs to be its own individual value, that's where I would go to modify these attributes and preserve the geometry. But I want this section to actually be merged into this existing ESZ polygon. There's a way to do that. So I'm going to come up here within the editor option here. Down here, there's a merge. So if you choose that, a window is going to pop up and it's going to say, hey, choose the feature that the other feature, it's kind of nicely worded here for us, that the other feature is going to be merged. I always like to select each of these and flash. You notice it flashes the actual geometry of the feature itself. What this is going to do is it's going to preserve the attributes of the feature that I choose here. Okay, so again, I'm going to flash it because I want this bigger polygon, the existing one, with the appropriate values in the attribute table to be preserved, and I'm going to click OK. So that record now from my attribute table is no longer there because it's been merged into the existing polygon record of this one. And if I unselect, you'll notice that boundary edge, it's now a cohesive single polygon and all is good. So that's how you cut a feature or cut a portion of a polygon and merge the geometry of two polygons into one, all while preserving the attributes. Okay. All right. Now, I'm going to talk about my favorite polygon option here, which is called the autocomplete polygon function. So we're going to come up here to this area that has kind of this almost cut out empty space within my ESZ boundary. And let's say that I want to create a polygon that represents this area. And polygon editing can get a little tricky when you have existing edges that you need to consider, right? Because if you're not, if you don't know exactly where those vertices are and you're not, snapping everything properly, you could be creating small gaps and overlaps in the geometry of the data, which is, again, a topology issue. You have an option, and it's super efficient to fill holes in your polygons just like this. So I'll show you. Again, in the Create Features window, I'll keep this attribute table open to show you. In the Create Features window, I'm going to choose ESZ, which allows these options to pop up. There's this autocomplete polygon option. I'm going to choose that. Now, if I come in here, this is super simple. All you have to do is essentially create two vertices to within the space that you want, and it's going to completely edge match all of around the nearby edges of the enclosed polygon and create a new polygon. So I think it'll be easier if I just show you, and then I can explain. So I created one vertex, I'm gonna create another, double click to end it, and there you go. It created a whole new polygon to fill that space. Now I will say that the way I just did it will only work if it's a fully enclosed area, right? So if this was open space, it's not going to be able to do autocomplete because it's not enclosed. So this is creating a new feature, which is why you notice here in the attribute table, everything is null. Everything has not been populated yet. I can go one step further in my editing here, and let's say I needed that space to be encompassed in this. I just selected this polygon, that ESZ area. So it's 6206. I can come back up here again. I can choose merge. I can tell it, and now this is, notice the difference here. It's displaying off of one of the attributes in the ESZ boundary. I always like to flash, even though I know because this one doesn't have any information. which one is going to be the parent feature, if you will. Once I click OK, it is now perfectly smooth. I know there's no issues because there's no weird little vertices floating or slivers. And I just easily closed that hole in my polygon by using autocomplete polygon. And I know this is a proper form of editing. Okay. Now you can use autocomplete polygon. Oops, forgive me. If you ever start a sketch and you want to end it, you can right click and go to delete sketch. That's one option. I'm gonna clear my selection. Now, let's say that I wanted to close um, this little cutout into the boundary and not have it be an open space. I did just say that it needs to be an enclosed polygon in order to use this tool. And I meant that in the way that I selected the two vertices in the middle of that open space. Now here, you can still do autocomplete polygon. You must be selecting the edge of the boundary as a starting point, and I can double click here on the other one. And notice how, because I was creating that edge to enclose it, once I ended that sketch, it filled all the rest of that hole with a proper polygon. So that is another uh, example of the use of an autocomplete polygon. It's a really effective tool, guys. Like it's really simple to use, and it is a way to ensure the data quality as you are editing features. I don't want to save that one. I'm just going to click undo. Then I'm going to save my edits. And we have one more editing tool that I would like to show you, and it is the explode function. Now, this is it's not dynamite, it's nothing scary. It is when you have a multi-part feature that um, needs to be represented as single features. So what I mean by a multi-part feature is when you have two components, two pieces of geometry, but they're merged into a single record in your attribute table. Let me show you what that means. Here's a perfect example. I have this polygon here floating, which appears to be a single feature, but when I click it, notice the outline of this other polygon is selected with it. Same thing if I select it over here. It's going to select this little island over here. And if you look in my attribute table, I have one record selected because those two pieces of geometry are represented in one record. That is called a multi-part feature. The same thing can happen for a road centerline or a line feature where you have two segments that are essentially merged together, but they're not connecting. Okay, and I can demonstrate that here in a second. If you do not want these to be merged into a single polygon, there's an option here to explode them. So if you come up here on this toolbar, actually, let me confirm what toolbar this is. That's the advanced editing. All right. If you do not have that turned on just yet, do it now by right-clicking the gray space in your on your pane up here and making sure advanced editing is selected. Okay. Now we're getting into the advanced stuff. This is fun. All right. So again, with that feature selected, come up here and it looks like it looks like a little stick of dynamite with little fireworks coming off of it. It's the explode multi-part feature option. So if I select that, what's going to happen, watch my attribute table. Right now I have 6 features. I now have 7. And if I come back here and I select this, I have an individual record. And if I select this, I have another individual record and they are no longer joined with the geometry. Okay. Now, this is kind of like a reverse merge. Same thing that happened when we split the data, when we split the road and we cut a polygon. You'll notice here that the attributes are going to be duplicated because remember, there were a single record, but with multiple geometry merged into it, which means when I explode it, it's going to maintain all of those attributes, but it's just now going to be two individual records from a geometry standpoint. Okay. So I point that out because I want you to be mindful that when you're editing, if there's a change that needs to be made, let's say in this case, ESN actually needs to stay at 6228, but notice maybe the unique ID, the NGUID here is going to be duplicated. We cannot have that, right? So you'll need to be paying attention that, okay, maybe I update one of these to be a 7. Okay. Actually, I'll do that right now. All right. So I am going to save my edits and I'm just going to demonstrate right now how you can create a multi-part centerline segment. Oh, notice I had the boundary selected. That's why I don't like to have those on because I can make mistakes without knowing it. All right, let's say that I accidentally had this road centerline selected, or this can happen for a lot of different reasons. But let's say I'm just going to choose these two. You have the ability to merge segments, right? If I split them and I actually didn't want it to be split, I can merge them back together. So if I merge these, again, I'm trying to create an issue, so don't do it in the way that I'm doing it. Okay, so notice now, it can be misleading from a visual perspective here. I this segment and this segment. From a just looking at it, there's a couple things that could be happening here. This segment could just be a continuation of this one because I'm not seeing an endpoint for this road, right? But if I select it, it looks a little funky, right? The geometry is disjointed here because I merged those segments. That is a no-no. When it comes to roads, we really want these segments to be represented as individual segments and records in the data. So multi-part roads need to be exploded, right? So just in the way that I merge those, I can come back here and explode. The only unfortunate part about that is before I originally merged them, they had their own unique attributes. When I merged them and then exploded, it's gonna again duplicate those. So if you do this and you haven't saved yet, you have a way, and I'll pull up this attribute table so you can see. Right now, because I merged them and then exploded, which created a duplication of the attributes. If I go back a couple steps, 4, and there's the endpoint again. Now I'm back to my original attributes and all is good with the world, okay? So again, this is just getting more comfortable and being more familiar with what you're doing as you're editing data. You do have the ability to explode multi-part features, splitting features. Again, there's a lot of functionality just in this editing toolbar and the advanced editing toolbar, okay? All right. We've talked a lot about geometry, and I really want to talk about attributes because editing attributes, there's a lot of functionality with this as well. And there's some best practices that I can show you in making sure that you are avoiding creating issues in an attribute table, okay? So let's start by, I'm gonna actually save my edits and stop editing because I wanna show you first how you can do different forms of selecting. So you can do a combination of selecting by location and selecting by an attribute within that same query. Okay. So we're going to do an exercise where we are going to select all the address points that are within an ESN polygon And then we are going to remove a selection of address points based on a city value, okay? So the keyword in that is within, right? I said select all address points that are within an ESN polygon. That tells me it's a select by location, right? Because I'm doing it's kind of like that what is that word? I guess within is one of those words that makes me know it's a location type of selection, okay? So right now I'm going to, in my selection window, I'm going to make sure my ESZs are selectable. I'm going to also turn on my address points, and I'm just going to open up the attribute table of the ESZ boundary, okay? I want to select all the address points that are within ESN polygon 6216, okay? So I'm going to come over here in my attribute table, and I'm going to find here, oh, ESN 6216. I could do that. That's one way. I also could have searched for it within my select by attributes by searching that. But since there's only 7 features, I'm just going to manually select it. And you can see in my map, I have that polygon selected. Now, I want to do a select by location to find all the address points that are contained within this polygon. So up here on the taskbar up top, I'm going to go to selection. I'm going to go select by location. And I'm going to say select features from the address point layer that are within the source layer, which is the ESZ boundary. And I have an option right here to use selected features. Right now it's telling me I have one feature selected, and that actually, that's why I selected it, because I want to be able to narrow down and define the extent based on a spatial location of what address points fall within that polygon. Okay, so I checked that box here. And now we have a lot of options in this drop down. With an address point, you're more safe using a few of these than if it were a road segment. And the reasoning for that is obviously an address point is a discrete location, right? It's a single point, a single vertex, if you will. A road center line can span a large area, which could be outside of a polygon. So it depends what I'm trying to get out of this. I typically will use our contained, are completely within. You also have the option to have their centroid, which will be a little more defined. I'm going to use are completely within the source layer feature. Okay. So what's happening here is I'm selecting address points that are completely within the selected ESZ polygon. Okay. So I'm going to click apply. And you can see even on my map what that looks like, right? So I have points now that have been selected. I'm going to open up my address point attribute table just so I can see how many I have here. All right, there were 823 points that were selected with that select by location. Now, what if I want to remove, go up here again, and I want to remove all of the address points in my current selection that have the city value equal to unincorporated. Okay. So I'm going to go to select by attributes now. Notice like my selection is still going to persist until I clear it. So now I have the option here to say, hey, I want to remove from my current selection. You see, you have an add, you have select from. So what I'm trying to do is remove address points with a certain city value from my current selection. Okay, so I chose that option. Now I'm looking at the attributes, which are all of those fields again within this layer. So it gives me a little more functionality, right? Because I'm doing a select by attribute right now. So I'm going to navigate down to city. I'm going to choose city. I'm going to double click it. That way I add it to my query box down here. And I'm going to choose get unique values while I still have this selected. Okay, so I may or may not have created some discrepancies in here in order for a exercise down the road, but we are going to do this twice then. So um, I want to remove where it's unincorporated. So I'm going to say where city equals unincorporated. But because I have multiple values in here and I don't want to have to do this twice, I'm going to say, okay, remove from current selection where the city equals unincorporated or city equals this value, unincorporated. Okay. So I was able to do a multiple kind of query select by attributes here by building this syntax in here. Okay. So I have 823 right now. I'm going to click apply and it drops down to 811 because remember, I removed those points from my existing selection. Okay. So the 12 points were removed, which, this was kind of a basic demonstration right now, but I use this all the time when I'm trying to narrow down or I'm trying to, QC data, maybe edit data, building upon selections and using a select by location in addition to a select by attributes is really powerful. Okay. So I wanted to show that. I'm going to clear that. I know that was not editing, but it is a way of getting to a place of editing if you wanted to edit those points. Now, let's talk about field calculations. So that sounds kind of scary, but it's really valuable. And it's a way, what a field calculation is, it's the ability to edit a field in bulk. So editing all records with a single value, or if you write a query, you can have differing values, but we're going to show a single value um, all at one time. It's very important that right now, I am not in an edit session, but it's very important that if you do plan to do field calculations, I would recommend that you do start an edit session because if you field calculate something outside of an edit session, you cannot undo. Okay. So if you plan to do a lot of bulk editing of attributes, I highly recommend that you are within an edit session. Okay. So I did that by, you can either right click the layer, remember, and go here, edit features, start edit session, or up here, you can do the same thing, start editing. All right. Now, let's say that I want to mass populate ESN values in my address points. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in here and let's say I know that this polygon is 6216, which I'm going to actually confirm. 6216 is the ESN value of that polygon. And again, I want to all the address points within, select features from, let me go back. I'm going to go up to select by location, address points that are within the selected feature. This is the same select by location I had configured earlier. It kept it, which is great. And I want to choose all the address points that are completely within that selected source layer feature. I'm going to click apply. It's going to have the 8. So now I know spatially from what this boundary tells me, all of those address points need to have ESN value of 6216. So I come over here and I'm navigating in the selected points over to the, if I can find it, here it is, ESN, over here to the ESN field. And you can see here right now, the values are inconsistent. Some of them are missing, maybe some of them are inaccurate. I want to mass change these values to all be 6216, okay? All 823. So if you right click the ESN field, the name here, you have an option for a field calculator, okay? Again, because I have 823 records selected in my address point layer, the edit that I'm making is only going to apply to those 823. Okay. Now, we're kind of venturing into a new realm right now, which is field calculations that require a specific a way of a specific syntax. Okay. I am using VB script. It is kind of the default here. That is a language, syntax language. And in order to assign text value that I'm telling it to override all these values in this field, I need to start with quotations. So it's the little double quotes here. And I'm going to type in the value, 6216, that I want to be applied to this field for those 823 selected address points. Okay. So I ended this here. I'm saying, hey, ESN, which is the field name, ESN equals double quotes 6216, end that double quote. That's how, with this script language, it knows to grab everything within that double quote and apply it as a value into these selected features. Okay. So I'm going to click OK and watch what happens. Now notice everything in this one column, the ESN, has been edited to be 6216. So I just edited 823 records all at one time very quickly. Okay. Remember what I said about field calculating within an edit session? If I accidentally fat fingered something and I did not choose the right value, I have the ability here to undo that calculation. So I'll show you. I just undid it. All of those values reverted back. Now I can redo, which will apply the values that I wanted. And then at this point, I would save my edits because I just edited 800 records and I don't want to lose that. Okay. And those values are now consistent, right, with the spatial extent of the ESN polygon. So that's how you can field calculate using the field calculator. Now, if I didn't have anything selected and I were to field calculate on the ESN, if you have nothing selected, it's going to apply it to every record in that feature class. So that's where you want to be very cautious when you are doing field calculations, which is why, again, I recommend that you do this within an active edit session. Okay. Now let's talk about doing some more advanced queries in your attribute table to find values that you want to edit, okay? I'm going to talk to you guys about what a wildcard represents. All right. So I'm going to come up here in my address point attribute table, and I'm going to do start a select by attributes. It's this button right here. You can also access it through here. But I like the quick method, which is just choosing a button. And it pulls up this window, and I'm creating a new selection. So here, let's say I want to find all of my address points that have green in the name, right? I can't remember the actual, street name. I know it starts with green, or maybe it's something green, but I can't put my finger on it. I don't really remember the name. I want to find a component or a portion of a string and find all records that might contain that. That's what a wildcard represents. So I'll show you how to build that. Within the street field, So I'm going to double click street to start my selection here. So I'm saying select from the address points where street, and because a wildcard is not a defined value, right? If I were to pull this up, this is a defined value in that street field, right? All of these are streets in that field, but I want to have something that is containing a portion of this information. So you have to use the like function. Remember, equals represents is. I am not telling it it's a defined value, so I need it to be a little more flexible. So I'm going to use like, and when I am trying to find a value from selecting by attributes, you have to start it with a single quote or an apostrophe. And here's where the wildcard comes in play. Wildcard is a percent. I typed it in, but you can also choose it from here. And that is saying, hey, grab, and I'll just finish this so I can show y'all and I can talk through it. Okay, so what I just created here is a query that's going to find green, the word green, in the middle, potentially, of a string. And I say middle because I've added wildcards or these percentage signs at the beginning and end of my green value. Okay, I ended it with that single quote to end to make it an appropriate query. And I'm gonna choose. I'll show you. I'll verify it just so you all can see it was successful. And I'm gonna click apply. So 80 records were found. So what this is, again, it's choosing um, where within the street field of my address point layer, where it contains the word green. It could be at the start, it could be in the middle, or at the end of the text here. And in this case, it looks like I have 80 records with street names from Green Valley, just green. I have a green meadow. So you see, it allows for a not defined search within your record. And I'm going to show you what happens here if I take away um, the wildcard at the end of my string. Okay, so that means I'm saying find green. That's the more defined area here, right? So the wildcard is in the beginning. So I want you to find where green is at the end of a string. That's essentially what I'm telling this, because the wild card represents like an unknown, right? It's a wild card. So anything could be before this. It could be something green. And that's what I'm trying to find. I want to find all records that end in the word green. So if I click apply, now this is where it gets interesting because I have green as a single word, that wild card still applied because there's nothing in front of it. Okay. Now I'm going to change this and I'm going to put the wild card now at the end, and it should still capture. All right, it captured all 80 of those original records. Okay. So you can see how the wild card can be really powerful because I am trying to find a defined or a component of a string, and I don't have to know where it exists along, the whole road name, but I can search that word. And this can work for anything, right? If I am trying to find, um, let's say I just want to find words that end in ly, right? And when I say end, I'm going to need to remove that wildcard at the end. Oh, I guess that didn't come up with anything. That was a bust. All right, let's try this again. Components here. All right, so here it grabbed Lynn, the ly, because I put wildcards around it. So wildcards can be used in a lot of different ways if you're doing bulk editing, if you're trying to find all values that might be spelled differently, right? If you have people kind of creating inconsistencies with the way they're typing in, maybe it's avenue and you want to do a wildcard for AV, but with that, it'll capture AVE, AVEN. You see what I'm saying? So it can be really helpful with that. All right. Now let's go into editing with one of my favorite quick options here. Editing multiple features all at once using what's called the attribute editing window. Okay. So I'm just going to zoom in and I'm going to, let's just again use our imagination here. I'm going to zoom into a road and I'm going to create, right? So create features here. I'm going to create, let's say 5 address points. So again, in the create features window, I'm going to choose my address points. I'm going to choose point and close your eyes because I'm not going to put them on structures. We're going to pretend. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can. I'll put one here, put one here, put one here, and I'll put one here. So I'll create 4 points. Okay. So I just created 4 new points. And let's say that they are all, I'm going to use my lasso to select all 4 of those. I just created these points and I don't want to have to type in Main Street 4 different times. Or even better, I'll tell you what this actual street is called. Might be an actual workflow that you would have to do in your day-to-day editing. So I selected this road, which is the name of these address points, just so I can confirm. And it is called South 4200 Road. That's the street name. So instead of me typing that in 4 different times for these 4 newly created address points, I want to do it all at once. Yes, I can use field calculations like I just showed you by using the field calculator option. But there's another way that can be efficient, and it's by using the attribute editor window. So up here on the editing toolbar, there's this button that is like a little piece of paper with writing on it. That is the attributes editing window. If I click that, another pane pulls up on the side, and I have mine docked. Yours might be floating. I always dock my stuff over here on the right. And you'll notice it looks like a vertical attribute table, right? Which it literally is. And right now, everything is null, right? It's all missing because I just added these 4 points. And you might notice too that there is an address point and there's a road center line. If I expand this, it's because I have a road center line selected, and I also have 4 address points, which are listed here. So each of these, if I select each of these individual points, you'll notice they flash in my map. There's a green flashes. That's how you're able to kind of know which one you're editing. I can come in here and I could do all this individually, but if you were to select the header, meaning the feature class name of the full of the layer that you want to edit, so I selected that, it's going to be now editing all 4 or everything that is selected within that feature class. Okay, so I'm going to come down here and I'm going to apply maybe some of these mandatory fields. So United States, I have Oklahoma County. We're going to continue using Rogers County. And now what I'm going to show you is I'm going to go into these individual now. And I'm going to show you, oh, it's populated. Populated on that one too. So by selecting the layer name here with these 4 points selected and making an edit in this attribute editor window, it applied that single edit to all 4 of those selected points. Okay. So let's say that the city is Enola, and because I have this road down here displaying in my attribute table, I'm able to reference the attributes at the same time of the road as I'm editing the address points. That's one way that I do this, where I know I'm grabbing the right information. I don't have to have multiple um, windows open, and I know that I'm getting the attributes consistent across data sets because I'm looking at them at the same time. Okay. So again, I'm going to scroll down here and I'm going to assign the pre-directional of south. I'm going to type in street of 4200 and the street type is road. And again, these are all domains. Okay. This is way more efficient than if you had the attribute table and you were having to manually grab all the domains 4 different times, right? This is to me the safest way of modifying domains um, to make sure that they apply appropriately by using this attribute editor window. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to select road. And I know that now all of these attributes that I just assigned in this attribute editor window, because I had the layer name highlighted, have been applied to all 4 of these points. Okay. But sometimes I don't want to have everything applied to all 4 of those because these are all going to have different house numbers. Okay. Humor me, we're going to go through and I'm just going to assign 1, 3, 5, and 7 to these house numbers. Um, so I always like to flash when I'm selecting individual points so I know using. And I'm going to come down here into the attribute table for the address and I'm going to type in 1. Okay, I'm going to press enter and it applies that. I'm going to flash this next one. I have address here and I'm going to say it's 2 or 3. I'm going to do the same thing for these other ones, 5 and 7. Okay. So now I've created individual house numbers and populated all the street name all at one time by using the attribute editor window. And you see that only took me, a handful of seconds. Okay. I'm going to show you one other thing that I think is incredibly important as you start using this attribute editor window. I'm going to come back up here now that I've added individual house numbers, and I'm going to select the layer name. And notice now the address is blank. It doesn't have a null value. When you see that, what that means is that there are differing values in each of these points or selected features, and it's telling you that not all the values in the selected features are the same. So when you see that, you might not want to mass edit that value because you could be overriding specific information in that feature. Okay. Very important to pay attention to as you're editing the information using this attribute editor window. But as you might notice, it is a really efficient way to bulk edit or edit as you're adding features and not having to do things multiple times. Okay. All right. And again, I do want to make note that you notice that these have domains. This is a very effective way to apply domains all at once. And I will actually show you. I'm going to pull open the attribute table of the address points. Again, we're looking at these 4 points selected. Let's say that I want to populate, maybe it has a pre-type. Again, humor me, but it has a pre-type of highway. Okay. So let's say the actual street address here is South Highway 4200. And when I do this over here in the attribute editor window, again, I have the layer name selected. I come down here to the pre-type. I type in H and I select highway. See what happened over here in my attribute table? Now all 4 of those records have been given the pre-type of highway, and I didn't have to come in here and manually select that from the pick list. Okay. So again, it is my preferred way to edit domains is by using this attribute editor window. It is a safe, kind of sure bet, even if taking values off, right? Maybe I wanted to remove this road in the street type. I can come here into the attribute editor window. I can scroll up to the top and I can choose null and watch the attribute table. It removed it, okay? So this is something I would recommend getting familiar with. Um, you know, doing this in a way that it's going to create consistency in your editing. You're doing everything at once. It's really going to save you time, okay? All right. Now we've talked a lot about, here, I will not save my edits because I don't want to save those points. So I'm going to stop my edit session and I'm going to kind of acclimate myself here. So we've talked a lot about, modifying geometry of existing data. We've talked about creating features brand new, populating the attributes in the attribute table, using some of the editing tools available to us, like split, reshape, merge, cut. And when you think about GIS, I want you all to think about compounding analysis. So yes, there's simple ways of just straight editing and doing a single modification, and that's the extent of your editing. But GIS is essentially limitless when it comes to the editing functionality and the way that you can analyze things, and think analytically. So I'm going to show you a demonstration of putting a lot of these pieces together and performing an analysis. Okay. So, what we're going to do now is I'm going to walk you through if you need to create a boundary that is cohesive with the road centerline layer and you wanted the geometry to be edge matched, um, identically with that road centerline. Okay. So, the use case on this is, let's say you have an ESN boundary. And right now, the ESN boundary kind of uh, is inconsistent with the edges of your road, but really the ESN boundaries should be properly aligned with the center line itself. So what splits that ESN is the center of the road, and you need the boundary to represent that. So instead of having to modify all the individual edges of a boundary, you can do an analysis, which is what I'm about to show you, to really create efficiencies through this process. So I will say, before this is something you consider, there's a couple things that you really need to make sure, within your data. Number one, you need to have really accurate and precise road center lines. And what I mean by that is you need to have confidence that the topology of the roads are accurate, right? You have intersections where you want them. The geometry is spatially aligned with the aerial imagery that you have, and it really reflects what you want it to reflect. Okay, so the first step of what I'm going to do here is there's an ability to generate polygons by a road layer or a line layer. So up here, there's the search option on the toolbar, the taskbar. I'm going to click that and it's going to bring up the search window. I'm just going to close out of that. Oh, I guess I could dock it. I always forget. There we go. So I have my search bar up here and I'm going to search the tool called feature to polygon. This is a tool that will literally transform the geometry of a line layer and convert it to a polygon. So you can see here, the help window on the side allows you to do line inputs, polygon, it'll create kind of multiple, or a line and a polygon to create multiple polygons. So you might notice here, the key is to have properly enclosed areas, and that is what's going to create a polygon, which is why I said if you do not have confidence in your road layer, if you have roads that aren't snapped properly at intersections, maybe the geometry is just not really accurate, you're not going to want to do this process. But it is an option as you venture in your editing. I just want to show you the functionality of using multiple editing components to really develop a whole new boundary layer that's going to be consistent with your roads. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to choose the input of a road center line. That's my road center line layer that's within my map. I am going to tell it where to place the output feature class. I'll just do it here within my geodatabase I've been working in, and I'm going to call it ESN test. Okay. I do not need to preserve attributes in this because I'm not trying to carry over the road attribution. I'm creating a whole new polygon layer, and I'm going to keep the default for everything else, and I'm going to click OK. So what's going to happen here, I have now a newly created roads layer, or sorry, polygon layer that have been created by my road centerline geometry. So right now I have my roads drawing up on top. I'm going to toggle this on and off, and you can see the edges of these polygons, right? So everywhere that there was an enclosed road, I'll zoom in, is now a new polygon boundary, right? So you can see here, it's not creating a polygon or enclosure, so it's not going to create a polygon. Okay, so that is step one of being able to make sure that the edges of this newly created ESN boundary is perfectly aligned with my road center lines. Okay, but there's something that I want to consider in this process. I don't want to totally lose the information of my existing ESN boundary because the information in there could still be accurate, right? Because I'm starting fully from scratch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the existing ESN boundary unselectable. I'm going to put that ESN boundary on top, and I am going to change the symbology to be hollow, and I'm going to make it kind of a bold color here so I can see the outline. Okay, so what I've done now is what I have been able to overlay the current ESN boundary, which again is inaccurate because I want it to follow the geometry of my road center lines. And I now have my ESN underneath it where I'm going to start to modify. Okay. So again, I might already want, I might already know that some of these big sections are going to need to be merged, right? Because I know that the actual ESN edges are really going to be more defined when I get closer to this area here. So I can start editing my data, my ESN test layer. Oops. And I know that this whole section here is going to stay consistent as one polygon. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to select all these. I'm going to unselect that one because I don't want it, and this one because it touches the border, and this one. And I'm going to merge it just because I can start cleaning this up a little bit, right? I don't need to preserve attributes. I don't really care because none of them even have attributes right now. I'm just going to start kind of cleaning this up, knowing that it's all going to be merged towards the end. Okay. You can kind of see here what I got going on. Such a habit for me to flash the feature. Okay. So I'm just going to show an example here of why, kind of pulling it all together of really what we're doing here. This section, this polygon, which is that ESN test right now, perfectly aligns with my road center line. So if I turn that off or that unselect that, you can see here that the road follows this, and that is where this boundary edge is. Okay. Um, Now let's say that I need to cut um, this polygon to demonstrate actually where the road needs to be. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm going to cut the existing test polygon based on the existing layer. So I'm going to select this. I actually need it to follow this and not the road center line, but I want to modify the other geometry of the test layer. So I'm going to use a combination of tools that we learned earlier. I'm going to reshape, I'm going to cut the existing polygon, the one that I have highlighted here. And I have the ability to trace the edge of another boundary. So with that, I'm going to, come here. And I'm going to choose trace. So there's this kind of symbol with a couple vertices, one in the middle. If I pull that drop down, there's a trace option. So again, I have the cut feature selected, and then I also selected trace. So I'm going to zoom in, and I'm going to start a vertex here to start my cut. And I'm going to pull my cursor up. Notice the coloring, and you can see that there's a trace happening. See that? That is tracing along the edge, and it tells you of the ESZ boundary. In order for me to end this cut, I need to make sure that I'm on the edge, and I want to kind of go here at the intersection. I'm going to double click and see what happened. Turn this off, unselect. I now have just created this polygon and this polygon by tracing the ESZ edge to create individual polygons. Okay. So you can do this as often as you need in order to kind of adjust this newly created ESN boundary. And the end goal, again, is to make sure that as I cut this up and I merge and I carry over attributes, that I am preserving where I need it to, where the edge of my boundary is really where the road centerline edge is. And that's how I know I can truly have cohesion, if you will, along boundary edges. Okay, so just wanted to show you kind of an option of putting together multiple components of analysis to create a new boundary and kind of referencing with our skills that we learned throughout this training. All right, so I'm going to stop editing, not save my edits, and I'm going to remove this test layer from my map. And now I really want to talk about some best practices. Okay, we've talked a lot about all the different components of editing, and this is where I really want to kind of take it a step further and talk about some ways that you can incorporate QC, so quality control, as you do your editing, how you can use components of visual symbology, labeling, queries, things like that, in order to implement QC best practices. Okay, so we're going to start with a visual QC option. I am going to label my my ESZ polygon with the ESN value, and I'm also going to symbolize my address points by ESN, the field in the data, in order to do a comparison visually of where I might have address points that have inaccurate ESN values. Okay, so the first step I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here, and I'm actually going to change this back to being a solid symbol for my ESZ. And I'm going to go into the properties. I want to go into the labels, and I'm going to choose label features in this layer to make sure that they actually draw up. And I'm going to choose the ESN field because I'm trying to have the actual ESN number displayed in my map. I'm going to make it obnoxious and big so I can see it. And I'm going to click apply. So now notice that I have these ESN numbers drawing in my map or displaying in my map. So the next thing I want to do is I want to have my address points symbolized by the actual ESN value in the data. So I can do that by going into the properties, going to symbology. And because I want to categorize this by values, I'm going to choose the category, unique values. And again, I'm going to come in here and select the field ESN. That's going to pull the attribute information from the address point layer. And I'm going to choose add all values. And you can see all that is showing are the unique values contained in there. I'm going to select symbols for all, or select properties for all the symbols. And I'm going to make this larger. And we can keep, maybe we'll do that kind of color scale. Okay, I'm going to click apply. I'm going to draw them up in my map. So now, by simply adding a label of the ESN boundary and showing all the, symbolizing by a unique value in my address points, I can see the placement of these values and where something might not be accurate. Okay. Right away, there's some points that draw my, that grab my attention. I have this green one over here. I'm actually going to change the color of this. It's a little too close to the kind of the brown color I have going on here. So I'm going to choose this and make it, let's say, orange. That way I can see the difference. So this is one way to utilize symbology and labeling to QC the data. Okay. So if it were me, what I would do here is I can either select the 6204 polygon and do like a select by location query, or I can just kind of, roughly do this with my lasso. And I'm going to select all those features. I can open up my attribute table, knowing that I am not in an edit session, but I can come over here in the ESN, and I know 6204 is the appropriate value. So I'm going to field calculate, putting double quotes first, 6204, and that double quote. And I just recalculated those ESN values. So now when I look at my map again, those values are consistent with the orange symbology here. And I know that I just put the proper value in those points. So again, I'm a big visual learner, and just I need visual cues in order to see discrepancies and patterns in my data. And I would highly recommend using some of these symbols and labeling tools to be able to identify these things. Okay. All right. One other thing that I want to show you, I'm going to come back in here, and I'm going to remove the labeling and put it back to a single feature. So something that I do often is comparing address points and roads. And this can just be something that I want displayed throughout my editing. I'm going to turn off the ESCs. And what if I want to have the road information, the street information drawing up as I'm just editing my data, okay? So I'm going to show you how using advanced labeling can really help quickly get a visual QC of your data and a snapshot of the data. So I'm going to go into the address point properties, and I'm going to go to labels. Again, I'm going to check the box for labeling the features, and I'm going to build an expression that allows me to see the address, the full address information of the points. So that's going to be the house number, the street information, maybe the unit value, and I'm going to build that expression. So for me to do that, I'm going to start by double clicking these fields here in the expression box to build a full address. So the first component is the house number. In my data, that is the address field. And when I want to have my labels represent any text in between the fields, you have to start it with an and I just did and with double quotes, because remember, double quotes represent text. So anything within that double quote is going to be applied in between these fields. Right now I have a single space because I don't want my address information all mashed together. I want it to be separated by spaces, okay? I'm going to end the double quote and then end it with another and sign. And I'm going to copy that so I don't have to retype it. And I'm going to start building my expression. So maybe I want to have address number suffix, predir. You can do all of them. I know it can get a little long, but what I'm doing is I'm literally just putting these fields next to each other, separated by space. And let's say I also want that building unit to be at the end. Okay, so if I verify this, you'll see here's what that's going to look like. There's a couple extra spaces because not every field has a value in one of those fields, right? So maybe there's not a suffix directional, it's going to have a space. But I'm going to click OK. Click OK. I always like to do maybe 9, bold. We showed earlier putting halos around the labeling. So I'm going to go do that now, going into the properties with the mask, put it at a single, click OK. If I click apply here, now you might notice that all of my address points now have the full address drawing up. I am also going to make sure I put a zoom extent on this label because I do not want a whole map clogged up with these labels. So I'm going to say don't show them outside of 1 to 10,000. Okay. So I just set up my address points, but now I also want to do the same effort on the road center lines. Okay. So I'm going to build an expression. And in this case, I'm just trying to compare roads, street information. I'm not going to worry about the ranges right now. So I'm just going to go through and build that same expression using the street fields. And I'm going to paste that space in between. And I'm going to go through and build that full street. I'll verify it. There you go. I'm going to click apply. Probably should have set these roads to be a little more visible. So let's put them at an 11. I'll do them in bold. I'll do them in a darker gray. And I will put a halo on them as well. Okay. So now I have my roads being labeled, my addresses, and as I edit, I'm going to be able to make sure that whatever I'm populating in my address points, I know are consistent with my, it's right in my face, right? I can see it And it's also a good way to determine where there might be discrepancies. If I see something, I mean, maybe this is a good example. Let's say that this address point, I think I just found an error. Um, this is 801 East Commercial Street, and it looks like the actual road segment here changes name in between right here, and it goes to South 4215 Road, 4215. So that could be an indication that maybe this house number is inaccurate or the street information. It would draw my attention to look into a little bit further. Maybe this road should actually be Commercial Street and not South 4215 Road. So again, you can use labeling to help you understand what is being maintained in your data and really draw your eye to any discrepancies within your data. Okay. All right. Let's talk about utilizing the select by attribute function to find discrepancies in your attribute fields, to find inconsistent values. Okay. So I have my address point layer here pulled up. I'm just going to expand this so we can see more of these attributes. I do this all the time. If somebody were to say, hey, I need you to QC my data, can you QC my work for me? This is a process that I go through to make sure that the attributes um, are standardized, they're approved values for those fields, and I'm not seeing anything funky being maintained. Okay. So what you're going to do is in your attribute table here, pull up just the select by attributes. And depending on what I'm QCing, let's say for this exercise, I want to make sure that the mandatory place identifiers and the street attributes are accurate. So I will utilize this unique values option to my advantage. So I'm going to select country. I'm going to choose get unique values. Great. US, everything's good in there. State, I have okay. Remember, this is a domain, so it's going to have the coded value separated by a dash and the descriptive value. Okay, so don't get freaked out when you see this and you're like, that's not what my data should say. Pay attention to the coded value. That's what we want. County, great, all Rogers County. And because there's no null in here, I know these are fully populated. I'm looking for that as well. I'm looking to make sure that these fields that are mandatory are fully populated and have the appropriate values. Okay, I'm gonna go to city, get unique value. Okay, so this is our first instance where I found a discrepancy. Somebody did not take their time. They created, they fat fingered a value in here. They misspelled a couple values. When you see things like this in your data, that is an indication that there needs to be a change. There needs to be a modification to create standardized values. So what I can do at this point, now that I found this discrepancy, I can double click city and I can say is INLA, which should have been Inola. I'm going to click apply. I'm going to show the selected records. I'm going to navigate to the city value here. I'm going to utilize the field calculator function. I'm going to start my double quotes, type in Inola spelled correctly, and end it with the quotes. That's my way, again, of saying input this text into these three selected fields. I'm going to click OK, and notice the city value is updated. I'm going to go back into my select by attributes here, navigate back down to city, choose get select values, and notice now that the misspelled Enola is gone. Okay, this is how you can standardize your data. I'm going to choose the misspelled unincorporated. So this is unincorporated. I know that that's not accurate. There's 16 values here. I'm going to do the same process. You could also use the attribute editor window if that's what you choose, if you're in an edit session. So I'm going to replace this with unincorporated. That is always a hard word to spell. Or unincorporated. No wonder it gets misspelled. And I'm going to click OK. And there we go. And then when I select back on this field and choose get select features, I can now see that there are only 2 values, which means the inconsistencies have been standardized. Okay. I would recommend you go through and do this on all your fields, right? If you're QCing your data, do this at the end of your workday. Do this often because we all create discrepancies in our data. It happens. We're human. Make sure that you are being mindful of what you're properly inputting in here, okay? So when you see null, that is a good thing. That means it's a hard-coded null value. When you see things like this as a blank, let me show you how to remove that. So we want to make sure that we are not adding inaccurate blank values or extra spaces, things like that in our data, because those are seen as values, okay? And if this is not accurate, we want to make sure we convert those to true nulls. So in order to do that, I'm going to select in here all of the points that have address number suffix values of this blank, which is this kind of single quote with the space in between, because somebody put that in there on accident. And the way to do that is by field calculating. And this is funky, but it's just the VB script syntax. In order to override those blanks to a hard-coded null value, you're going to type in, without any quotes, nothing around it, NULL, all capital, and click OK. And you notice that applied that null, which is visually, you can see it here. But then when I come back in and I do get unique values, that blank is gone. And now it's still kind of included in that hard-coded null. That's really important for data quality. We don't want to have blanks in our data because, again, a blank is, or a space, I'll say, is considered a value, and that can cause a mismatch between data sets. It can cause just issues in your data. So a good example of this would be if I have a house number or an address point with a address number or a blank in the pre-modifier field, but my street doesn't, there's going to be a mismatch there, right? Because that's seen as a value. It's an additional space that's being considered in the street name, okay? All right. So to recap, at this point, again, we've gone through creating points, lines, and polygon features. We have talked about modifying the existing geometry of those features using the tools available to us. We've talked about modifying attributes in those features using field calculations, the attribute editor window, just editing within the attribute table itself. We've talked about some spatial analysis, some visual QCs and ways to symbolize and label your data in order to catch discrepancies and to go about your editing. And we just talked about some QC is to find issues in your data to produce, the best data quality. I will say that we covered a lot today, and all of this is going to be compounding as you get more familiar with the software and editing data, especially for NG911 readiness. There are specific requirements. So, um, you know, the toolkit is going to be very helpful with ensuring data quality and even helping you build out this data. There's a lot of tools. We do have a full class that we teach, Annie and I, on the Oklahoma toolkit that will also be pushed out as a recording. And we have several classes in 2024 that we're going to be teaching in person I strongly recommend that you start applying what you've learned through this recording and come prepared to the toolkit training class with some experience under your belt. And, you know, when I think about best practices overall, make sure that you are constantly validating your data. So that's going to be through the toolkit or other ways of, validating within the GIS software, doing the attribute QC checks like I just did, utilizing Visual QC, the attribute editor window, or sorry, the select by attributes window in your day-to-day editing, right? At the end of your workday, go through those steps to make sure that you are catching any discrepancies you might be creating, and really just get in there and start trying to break things and learning from it. So I want to remind you, as we wrap up this training, I want to remind you all that everyone starts somewhere, right? GIS is something that you'll want to regularly be practicing. If you don't use it, you will lose it. So there are a lot of resources available to you on the internet, especially for this ArcGIS desktop software. It's a software that's been around for many, many years, since well before I have been doing GIS. So there's a lot of resources available and blogs and whatnot that can help you get really seasoned in this type of editing. And um, keep in mind that there are always multiple ways within GIS to accomplish something, and everyone has a different method to get to that end goal. The GIS community is a powerful community to be a part of, especially here in the state of Oklahoma. You do have a ton of resources available to you. Um, I know anyone at the state, Charles and Shelley, me and Annie were happy to help. Use your resources. It's really going to help you quickly get your skills up to an advanced state. Okay. So I hope that you found this video helpful, and thank you so much for listening and learning with me and Annie. And I hope to talk to you all soon.